Modi governance makes and what kind of value Modi governance adds to the entire governance infrastructure in our country. And in doing so, I naturally would be reviewing his 2-decade-long leadership of the government, first there in Gujarat and later on at the national level. One thing which I must say at the beginning is that the Modi government has, in a way, done away with the colonial hangover that the Modi government's predecessors had inflicted on policy making, and as a consequence of that also promoted some kind of mediocrity and punished excellence as well. Second most important thing is that Prime Minister Modi, earlier in Gujarat and later on at the national level, tried to restore a robust sense of purpose, not only in political leadership, but also in bureaucracy as well. Unfortunately, post-independence, the kind of parliamentary democracy, Westminster model, first past the post system that we adopted, created a sense that democracy is only about getting elected. Democracy is only about voting. Democracy is only about raising issues in the parliament. All these things are important, but democracy and democratic governance was much more than that, but unfortunately that was forgotten. Prime Minister Modi has very successfully restored this robust sense of purpose, not only in political leadership, but also in bureaucracy, thereby creating a work culture. He also has established that all can work together towards achieving a common goal in a harmonious manner. Seen on these three salient features of Modi governance, I am now going to dwell upon certain examples of how Prime Minister Modi made the administration to learn from the past mistakes, rectify them and move ahead. Let me start with abrogation of Article 370. Something which was a constitutional kind of assurance. It was a commitment. But unfortunately, everything was tied down to what I can describe as electoral politics, vote bank politics, and thereby several issues. Despite, in so many words, the Constitution refers to them, and in a way, the commitment of the Constitution had also been there all along, but all these things were forgotten, and we continued with this vote bank politics. As a result, Article 370 and Section 35 and its removal took so long, as we are aware. Prime Minister Modi also has dwelt at length about the impact, and recently when Amit Shah ji visited Jammu and Kashmir, he has also very elaborately reflected on this. What is the impact of abrogation of Article 370? Number one, there is complete emotional integration of the people of Jammu and Kashmir with the Union of India. Grassroots democracy has been strengthened. Historic elections to district development councils were held in December 2020. Elections to block development council were also held, and the voting percentage was 98.3%, something very historic. Two mega irrigation projects, Uj and Shahpur Kandi. Many of you may not be aware, but they were languishing for more than 5 decades in the corridors of bureaucracy. Now they have been fast-tracked. A back-to-village program where every gazetted officer spends 2 days and a night in an allotted panchayat has already started in Jammu and Kashmir. 20,000 development works identified 3 different categories have been given a go-ahead. They have already started. 100% coverage already achieved in several schemes. Something very important. Those who ask what change has abrogation of Article 370 has really brought. जमीन पे क्या फर्क पड़ा है, ऐसा लोग सवाल पूछते हैं. स्वाभाविक भी है. तो मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि क्या फर्क पड़ा है. सौभाग्य योजना 3,57,405 परिवारों को सौभाग्य से बिजली अपने घर पर अभी प्राप्त होगी. प्रधानमंत्री उज्ज्वला योजना 12,60,685. उजाला के माध्यम से 79.54 लाख बेनिफिशियरी. मैं आंकड़े देता जाऊंगा. मैं इस पर बल इसलिए दे रहा हूं कि ये सारी योजनाएं उतनी ताकत से वहां पर अमल में नहीं आ सकती थी, क्योंकि कानून की कई सारी बाधाएं थी और उसके कारण जो गतिरोध निर्माण होता था, जिसके चलते योजनाओं को लोगों तक पहुंचाने में काफी समस्याएं आती थी. हम जब पुरानी गलतियों से सुधार कर आगे बढ़ने की बात करते हैं, तब एयर इंडिया के उदाहरण को देना मैं मानता हूं कि बहुत प्रासंगिक है. The sale of Air India in a way has corrected the 68-year-old blunder of the previous governments. The saga of Air India is an example of how previous governments had prevented the blossoming of entrepreneurship and weakened the cause of private participation in nation building. Let's take the example of defense ordinance reforms. Until India's defense sector has been ridden with stagnancy, the mammoth ordnance factories and state-owned PSUs have been largely isolated and protected, and they face no competition whatsoever. There have been studies that most of them used to operate at 50% capacity. Now what has happened? Recently, the government has announced creation of 7 state-run defense companies after dissolving 200-year-old ordnance factories board. This would ensure greater competitiveness, innovation, and quality. After independence, we needed to upgrade these factories, adopt new technology, but it was not given any attention. Over time, India became dependent on foreign countries for its strategic needs. Now we believe that a new life has been instilled now that it has been done. These factories, which are now new corporations kind of, will definitely work more efficiently. Let's take the example of new education policy. Post-independence, there were many commissions, Kothari Commission, Ramamurthy Committee, and new education policy of 1986 under Rajiv Gandhi regime. The 10+2+3 pattern which we adopted in 1968 and there onwards. All these things were there. But then education policy is not just an arithmetical equation. 10+2+3 था, अब 5+3+3+ कुछ कर दिया. न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी से अपेक्षा थी कि स्वाधीनता के बाद हमारे देश के शिक्षा जीवन पर जो मैकॉले की छाया थी, जिसके साथ जूझने का काम लोकमान्य तिलक जी ने भी किया था, उन्होंने राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा का पुरस्कार किया था, कई लोगों ने किया था. महात्मा ज्योतिबा फुले महाराष्ट्र के, विठल राम जी पाटिल, कई लोगों ने, कर्मवीर भावराव पाटिल जिनको हम जानते हैं. महात्मा गांधी ने स्वयं बुनियादी शिक्षा की बात रखी थी. मगर इन सारी चीजों को नजरअंदाज करते हुए हमने लगभग पुरानी शिक्षा पद्धति को ही कायम रखा. बहुत सारे आयोग आए, समितियां बैठी, रिपोर्ट आए, मगर जो आमूलचूल परिवर्तन होने की जरूरत थी और भारतीय शिक्षा व्यवस्था को जो भारत की मिट्टी से जोड़ने की आवश्यकता थी, वो नहीं हुआ. अच्छी बात है कि नई शिक्षा नीति में भारतीय शिक्षा पद्धति का जो प्राण तत्व है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूँ, which is the supremacy of the teacher-taught relationship, that has been given adequate importance. लगभग 90 पेज के डॉक्यूमेंट में 12-13 पन्ने टीचर पर बिताए गए हैं, वहाँ उस पर खर्च किए गए हैं. It explains the importance that the government wants to give to teacher education. Previous systems focused more on theoretical knowledge rather than practical implementation. The lack of flexibility in opting for a particular mix of subjects, language barriers in education, lack of skill education, all these things I am sure will now be taken care of due to the new education policy which we have adopted after huge amount of deliberations. कई लाख पंचायत के सदस्यों ने भी उसमें हिस्सा लिया है, अपने मत रखे हैं, अपने विचार साझा किए हैं, जिसके चलते नई शिक्षा नीति आई है. अगेन करेक्टिंग ए पास्ट मिस्टेक. लेबर लॉ रिफॉर्म्स की अगर मैं चर्चा करूं, चेंजेस इन इंडिया मल्टीपल archaic, rigid and procedure bound labor laws was something which was required, long overdue. Now we have replaced more than 40 central laws and over 100 state level statutes on labor with 4 comprehensive labor codes. I need not elaborate, हम सब जानते हैं. अर्बन गवर्नेंस और उसकी जो अनदेखी हुआ करती थी, हमने देखा है कि भारत में बहुत तीव्र गति से अर्बनाइजेशन हो रहा है. मगर अर्बनाइजेशन के साथ साथ अर्बन लाइफ की जो गुणवत्ता बढ़ाने की जरूरत थी, enhancing the quality of life in our new and upcoming metropolitan cities, something which was ignored. Now, soon after taking over, the BJP government has initiated schemes like Swachh Bharat, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Smart City and Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation. And all this, I am sure, is going to lay the foundation for a new India with a qualitatively improvised urban life for all of us. Balanced focus on macro and microeconomic factors. If I refer to the economic policies of the government, before Modi-led government, they almost exclusively focused on macroeconomics and relegating microeconomics to the background or to the state governments. Prime Minister Modi has corrected this imbalance. Today, ensuring that every house gets a tap water connection is now equally important as framing a policy framework for privatization or creating a new paradigm for the agriculture sector and the new farm laws. Basically, the emphasis of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his approach towards governance, which is striking a balance. Unfortunately, what used to happen is several binaries earlier had impacted our thinking on governance. Urban करे, rural करे, educated के लिए करे, uneducated के लिए करे, किसान के लिए करे, मजदूर के लिए करे, ग्रामीणों के लिए करे, शहरों के लिए करे। मैं मानता हूं कि ये जो दुविधाएं एक दृष्टि से हम ही के द्वारा उत्पन्न, इनसे परे जाकर एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव अप्रोच और मैक्रो और माइक्रो दोनों की चिंता करने की एक सोच प्रधानमंत्री जी की जो गवर्नेंस की दृष्टि है उससे सामने आती है। I did not very elaborately speak about the farm laws, but certainly it was and it is a step to rectify the injustice against farmers. Even in the past, concerns were raised on the functioning of agriculture produce market committees, and we know there are several reports and several senior leaders of the other parties who are now opposing these laws had earlier advocated them profusely. Over the years, farmers in India have suffered from various restrictions in marketing their produce notified APMC market yards. This historical wrong was addressed, but it unfortunately is being opposed due to political chicanery, again a case of populism. Now here I must also reflect a little bit on populism. प्रधानमंत्री जी की जो गवर्नेंस की दृष्टि है उसमें एक खासियत है, अब जिसका उल्लेख गृह मंत्री जी ने अपने उद्घाटन भाषण में किया था, कि हम लोगों के हित की चर्चा करेंगे, लोकप्रिय बातों की चर्चा करना आवश्यक नहीं। और जनतंत्र में हमेशा ये एक दुविधा जनतांत्रिक शासन पद्धति में अंतर्निहित है कि अगर लोगों के हित की बात करेंगे और लोकप्रियता के विरोध में है तो हो सकता है आप सत्ता में नहीं आएंगे। और इस डर से कारण कई बार ये होता है, and there is a history of all the democracies, leading democracies world over, that suggests the conflict between the good of the people and the popularity that one tries to earn. ये जो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट है उसको रिजॉल्व करने के लिए एक विश्वास होने की जरूरत होती है, एक निडरता की जरूरत होती है, and I vividly remember it's a personal count kind of, but it adds to the argument that I'm making. Rambhau, Mhalgi, Prabodhini, Jagannathan ji, we took up the project of reconstructing the village Dholavira after the earthquake in Gujarat in 2001. And at that time, Shri Pramod Mahajan used to be our chairman. So he said, I would utilize my entire MP LAD fund, local area development fund, for the reconstruction of Dholavira, which was a special kind of permission given by the Lok Sabha at that time. So he asked us whether we can work, and we worked. And we created a whole new township in Dholavira. Dholavira is a very famous village, and people who are into archaeology and history may be aware of that. It's right at the end of Indian border, nearing Pakistan. तो धोलावीरा का पुनर्वास हो गया, तो उद्घाटन कार्यक्रम में हमने उस समय मुख्यमंत्री बने ही थे तो मोदी जी को बुलाया। तो मोदी जी ने बाकी बातें तो की, मगर उनकी अपनी एक भाषण की शैली भी है, तो उन्होंने लोगों के साथ संवाद भी स्थापित किया और उन्होंने जो ग्रामीण वहां इकट्ठा आए थे उनको पूछा गुजराती में कि क्या आप बिजली का बिल समय पर भरते हैं। तो ऐसा सवाल मुख्यमंत्री जी के द्वारा आएगा किसी ने कल्पना भी की नहीं होगी, तो लोग एक दूसरे की ओर देखने लगे। तो किसी ने थोड़ा साहस जुटाकर उठ खड़ा हुआ और वो बोला कि हम तो भरना चाहते हैं मगर बिल आता नहीं। तो तो प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा कि हो सकता है कभी कभार स्टेट इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बोर्ड के द्वारा बिल का वितरण समय पर न हो, मगर मैं पूछना चाहता हूं कि जब आप किसी बस से यात्रा करते हैं, कई बार ये होता है कि भीड़ होती है खचाखच, तो उतरने के पहले कंडक्टर आप तक नहीं आता, फिर भी आप ये सुनिश्चित करते हैं कि आप कंडक्टर के पास जाए, टिकट के पैसे दे, टिकट खरीदे और बाद में बस से उतरे। क्या करते या नहीं? तो लोगों ने कहा जरूर करते हैं। तो बोले बिल अगर एक आध बार नहीं आता तो आप दफ्तर में जाके बिल क्यों नहीं ले लेते? बिल भरना आपका काम है, ये मुफ्तखोरी से सरकार नहीं चल सकती। ये बताने का नारा जो रखा, ऐसा कोई राजनेता सामान्यता लोक शिक्षा वगैरह ऊंची ऊंची बातें हम करते हैं, मगर कड़वाहट जिसमें है शायद ऐसा किसी को लगेगा, ऐसी दो टूक बात करने का साहस शायद ही कोई राजनेता करता होगा। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये बार बार किया है कि लोगों को जो सही है, उनके हित की बात है, वो बताने से वो कभी चूके नहीं। और इसलिए मैं मानता हूं कि पॉपुलिज्म के विरोध में जाकर लोक हित की बात करते हुए उन्होंने जो भी काम किए उसमें ट्रिपल तलाक एक महत्वपूर्ण है। आज सुबह भी उसका उल्लेख हुआ। और जिस पद्धति से हम देखते हैं कि जो अपरेंटली अनपॉपुलर लगने वाली बात थी, वो आज हमारी बहनों में बहुत पॉपुलर हो गई है और सारे समाजों की बहनें इस विषय के लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी को साधुवाद दे रही है, जो एक वास्तविकता है। प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी हैज I don't think spoken at great length on women empowerment related issues or feminism for that matter, perhaps not. But he has his own way of referring to the issues. And he knows, like many of us, that women issues are not issues of the women alone. They are of the entire society, and men as well need to think about those issues. Which is why he had the gumption to say it from the ramparts of the Red Fort and ask पेरेंट्स, कभी आप अपने बेटे को भी पूछते हो कि देर रात वो क्या करता है? आप बेटियों को नियंत्रण में लाते हैं, 7 के पहले घर आइए, शाम होने के पहले घर आइए, ये आप कहते हैं, मगर बेटे जो है आपके, उसको कभी आप कहते नहीं, क्या ये आपका दायित्व नहीं? This was, I believe, his way of attracting the attention of the people towards the need for a true gender justice, the beginning of which should happen from your own families, from your own homes. जब पार्लियामेंट में बात आती है विमेन एम्पावरमेंट की, तो कई बार लोग इस सत्य को रेखांकित नहीं करते, सामने नहीं लाते कि हमारे देश में अब तक लगभग इक्का दुक्का अपवाद हो सकता है, मगर महिला मंत्रियों को कौन से डिपार्टमेंट दिए जाते थे? महिला बाल कल्याण, ज्यादा से ज्यादा सामाजिक न्याय, शिक्षा, वन, स्वास्थ्य कभी कभार। मगर पहली बार हमने देखा कि रक्षा मंत्री, वित्त मंत्री, ऐसे महत्वपूर्ण पदों पर महिला। और ये परिवर्तन मुझे याद आ रहा है जगन्नाथन जी, हमने म्हाळगी प्रबोधिनी में आज से लगभग 20 साल पहले, ज्यादा ही 20-25 साल पहले, जब महाराष्ट्र में पहली बार महिलाओं को नगर निगमों में आरक्षण दिया गया था, कोटा फॉर विमेन, एंड विमेन गॉट इनटू म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशंस, फर्स्ट टाइम, फर्स्ट जनरेशन म्युनिसिपल काउंसिलर्स. So when we reviewed their performance, because that was for the first time, they spent like 5 years in the office, and in 1995 we reviewed their performance through a study group. And when our study group interacted with many young women municipal corporators, they met to a couple of points which were very important. One of the point was that, and it shows the changing mindset, they said that all along we are being referred to as somebody's wife, somebody's daughter, somebody's mother. लोग हमें बोलते हैं, आओ पाटिल भाभी जी, भोसले भाभी जी, और कोई जोशी भाभी जी, तो बोलिए भाभी क्या है? मैं वत्सला जोशी हूं, तो मैं, मेरी अपनी एक आइडेंटिटी है, आप मेरे पति के नाम से, क्योंकि वो पति की जगह आई थी चुनकर, बिकॉज ऑफ द फर्स्ट जनरेशन वीमेन म्यूनिसिपल काउंसिलर्स, आरक्षण के कारण। तो कोई पहले कोई इतिहास नहीं था, कोई परंपरा नहीं थी, तो उन्होंने कहा कि वी प्रोटेस्ट that we are being referred to by our either spouses or maybe parents or whosoever. But the second point was very important. They said कि हमने यहाँ आकर देखा है कि कई जगह जो महिला बाल कल्याण समिति है, वो ये पुरुष वर्ग जो है बड़ी उदारता से कहते हैं, अरे वो ताई को दे दीजिए, वो उसकी अध्यक्षता वो ताई को करने दीजिए, वो भाभी को करने दीजिए। तो उन्होंने कहा कि हमारी डिमांड है कि महिला बाल कल्याण समिति में पुरुषों को आरक्षण दिया जाए। That is the changing mindset, and this is 95. And it resonates with the approach of the Prime Minister to allot key portfolios to women. Not only that, for the first time, this nation saw as many as 7 governors, women governors. और विभिन्न क्षेत्रों से, समाजों से आने वाली बहनों को राज्यपाल का दायित्व दिया गया। आज भी जैसे हम जानते हैं कि 11 महिलाएं केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल की सदस्य हैं। Empowering women in Gujarat, let us have a look at the previous 13.5 years. As the Chief Minister of Gujarat, Modi ji took several steps for the empowerment of women in the state. For instance, and many people are in Gujarat who are witness to all these things, including Bhupendra Bhai and Hasmukh Bhai and all others. For instance, Gujarat, being a drought-prone region, faced scarcity of water for irrigation and even for drinking. Kutch, along with some parts of Saurashtra, had 2 major challenges, namely drinking water and irrigation facilities for agriculture. The housewives in Kutch and Saurashtra had no option but to walk for kilometers in search of drinking water. Shri Narendra Modi, as Chief Minister, in order to pull the women of the region out of this plight, made it his top priority issue when he became the Chief Minister and launched Swarnim Gujarat Saurashtra Kutch Water Grid Project। और जो जल वितरण की समितियां विभिन्न ग्रामीण अंचलों में बनी थी, उनकी अध्यक्षता, उनका प्रमुखत्व नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने महिलाओं को सौंपा, जिसके कारण कोई बखेड़ा, कोई झगड़ा, जल का वितरण भी हुआ और महिलाओं को अपनी जो समस्याएं थी, जो कष्ट थे, उससे निजात भी मिली। Let's come to the Northeast states, as the history is a witness. It was Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee who created the Department of Northeast Region, DONER. But unfortunately, after 2004, the very department created to end the neglect of Northeast itself became a victim of neglect. No proper minister was appointed to take charge of this. But today, if we have a look at last 7.5 years, we find that Northeast is one of the top priority issues for this government insofar as governance and development are concerned. I need not dwell at length, but the situation has changed. Today, Northeast region is being developed as nation's growth engine and a window into the Southeast Asian diplomatic relations. Major thrust on connectivity and leveraging the natural potential of the region. And how it works, I vividly remember about 30 years before, there used to be huge public turmoil, agitations against a railhead which those government had planned to be taken to Shillong or right at the border of Meghalaya. आज ऐसा नहीं है। मणिपुर में रेल गई है, मेघालय की सीमा तक रेल गई है, अरुणाचल में रेल बिल्कुल यातायात प्रारंभ हो गई है। तो विकास का जब एक प्रतिफल लोगों के सामने आता है, तो इस तरीके का जो राजनीतिक विरोध है वो भी समाप्त होता है। इसका नॉर्थ ईस्ट इंडिया एक महत्वपूर्ण उदाहरण हम कह सकते हैं। Issues troubling the northeast region for decades have been resolved or on the way of resolution. It includes the border dispute with Bangladesh, the peace pact with NLFT, a insurgent group, resolution of problems of Bru refugees in Tripura and Mizoram and the Bodo Peace Accord, so on and so forth. Another important thing, as was Shri Amit Shah rightly pointing out, that governance is not only about development, governance is not only about construction of dams or roads or maybe airports or taking the railway lines to remote areas. These are all important things. But after all, governance is also about taking care of our emotional quotient. It was for the first time after such a long period, मतलब हमारे देश में स्वाधीनता के बाद पहला युद्ध हुआ, उसके बाद 62 में हमने चाइना के साथ युद्ध किया, युद्ध हुआ 65, 71, उसके बाद कारगिल और न जाने कितनी छोटी बड़ी वारदातें। मगर जो शहीद हुए हैं देश के लिए, जिन्होंने बलिदान किया है, सर्वोच्च बलिदान किया है, सुप्रीम सैक्रिफाइस, क्या उनके प्रति एक वॉर मेमोरियल बनाना इतना मुश्किल था? क्या ये हमारे प्रायोरिटी पर आने की जरूरत नहीं थी? मैं मानता हूं कि एक बहुत लंबा, बहुत समय से दुर्लक्षित एक बैकलॉग अगर मैं कहूं, प्रधानमंत्री ने उसको पूरा किया और अक्टूबर 2015 में एक नेशनल वॉर मेमोरियल इस राजधानी में निर्माण हुआ। और जो बात उन्होंने अभी अभी कही है, 14 अगस्त will now be remembered as Partition Horrors Remembrance Day. People are applying different yardsticks and arguing on the pros and cons of this. But let me tell you that wherever societies have faced these kinds of situations, they have always remembered these days. अभी अभी मैं आर्मेनिया गया था, तो आर्मेनिया को भी इसी तरीके से हालातों से गुजरना पड़ा और बहुत विस्तीर्ण क्षेत्र में वहाँ पर उन्होंने उसका मेमोरियल बनाया है। इजराइल में तो कोई मतलब बताने की आवश्यकता नहीं, इतने अच्छे तरीके से उन्होंने मेमोरियल बनाए हैं। तो मैं मानता हूँ कि पार्टीशन हॉरर्स रिमेम्बरेंस डे का इसका महत्व हमारे इतिहास के साथ है, हमारे समाज और संस्कृति के साथ है। और मैं मानता हूँ कि इतिहास को जो इस तरीके से भुलाने की कोशिश करते हैं वो भविष्य का निर्माण नहीं कर सकते। ये बार बार सिद्ध हुआ है, मगर फिर भी पुराने हमारे शासक उसी पद्धति का अनुसरण करते रहे जिसको प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बदला हुआ है। Something very important. Let's talk about terrorism. Policy of zero tolerance towards terrorism has averted many major terror attacks. Amendments to NIA and UAPA acts have given more teeth to our agencies and have streamlined their functioning. The surgical strike, again which had a reference in Shri Amit Shah's speech, a clear signal that the era of passive governance was over. हमारी धारणा जो पहले से है कि हम किसी को छेड़ेंगे नहीं, मगर कोई हमें छेड़ता है तो उसे छोड़ेंगे नहीं। तो मैं मानता हूँ कि इस राष्ट्रीय भावना को अगर कृति रूप किसी ने दिया है तो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने दिया है, जिसके कारण अभी ये सोच परिवर्तित भी हुई है और इसका हमारे पड़ोसी देशों को भी मैं मानता हूँ कि पूरा एहसास है। पुरानी गलतियों की अगर मैं चर्चा करूँ अंत में, तो उसमें एक महत्वपूर्ण गलती है, मतलब जो ब्रिटिश शासन का ही एक दृष्टि से चलता आया हुआ एक परंपरा का ही अंग था, वो ब्यूरोक्रेटिक रेट टेपिज्म, लाइसेंस राज, ये सारी बातें। और हम जानते हैं कि अभी जिस तरीके से हम अटेस्टेशन में अपनी ही दस्तखत करा सकते हैं, सेल्फ अटेस्टेशन की, मतलब इट वाज सच ए सिंपल थिंग फॉर दैट मैटर. It didn't require any rocket science or any constitutional amendment for that matter. But unfortunately, when people in the decision-making positions are not sensitive to the harassments that commoners face, they continue with the old style. Now, here is a new style. And everybody is aware कि दिल्ली में हमारी चिंता करने वाला कोई बैठा है. प्रगति जैसा उपक्रम है, हम जानते हैं कि किस पद्धति से प्रधानमंत्री जी बड़े बड़े इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स की कार्यवाही का रिव्यू करते हैं एवरी लास्ट वेडनेसडे ऑफ एवरी मंथ. व्हाट डज ही डू? He sits at one end of a very big oval-shaped table in the Prime Minister's office. All his secretaries are on both the sides of the table. Right in front, there is a big screen on which relevant chief secretary appears from different state, and he is made answerable. प्रधानमंत्री पूछते हैं कि भैया आपकी सरकार ने कहा था कि उड़ीसा में फलाना फलाना रेल का जो प्रोजेक्ट है उसके लिए आपके स्टेट के एनवायरनमेंट क्लियरेंस की जो एजेंसी है उसके माध्यम से क्लियरेंस 26 मार्च को आना था, आज 25 अप्रैल है, अभी तक आया नहीं है, क्यों नहीं आया? तो उसको जवाब देना पड़ता है। और आज तो वातावरण ये बना है कि प्रगति की एजेंडे में विषय आ गया तो लोग अपनी पूरी फाइल एकदम साफ सुथरी करके रख देते हैं कि भैया ऐसा न हो कि हमारी कुछ गलती है और हमारी ओर से कुछ लैगिंग बिहाइंड है, ऐसी बात सामने आए। दिस इज पॉजिटिव डेटरेंस। कोई पूछने वाला होता है तो लोग जवाब भी देते हैं। अब तक क्या था? कोई पूछता नहीं था, क्योंकि मैं किसी को जब पूछता हूं तो लोग भी तो मुझे पूछते हैं ना। तो लोगों के सवालों के जवाब मेरे पास नहीं होते थे, तो मैं सोचता था कि मैं भी पूछता नहीं, आप भी पूछो मत, आनंद ही आनंद रहने दीजिए। Now I think this has become a story of the past. One nation, one ration card, again an important initiative, and it has helped many of our migrant workers during the pandemic, as is the common knowledge. Now coming to the other aspect, which is, and in a very brief time I will finish on that as well, which is policy and flawless policy conceptualization and its impact on the implementation of various schemes. I am just giving you some statistics. As many critics of this government have been saying, and rightly so, that many of these schemes were there earlier as well. True, they were there. For example, what is today known as Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Gramin PMAYG was earlier known as Indira Awas Yojana. Let's have a look at the statistics. Between 2010 and 2014, 89.65 lakh houses were created, which is per year average is 22.41 lakh. Between 2015 and 19, again I am taking 4 years, so comparable, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Gramin could construct 1.1 crore houses per year. It works at 25.25 lakh houses. Nirmal Bharat Abhiyan, this was what is today known as Swachh Bharat Abhiyan in the previous regime. Between 2009 and 2014, 429.87 lakh toilets were built. The average comes to 85.97 lakh toilets per year. Under the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, again, let's take the 5-year performance. Between 2014 and 2019, 10.89 crore toilets were built. Per year, it comes to 2.17 crore toilets. The growth is 1.31 crore toilets. Something phenomenal. I can go on and on, but I just wanted to make a point that the reason why this could work in this manner is the flawless design of implementation. मैं एक बार अयोध्या गया था, अभी इस मंदिर निर्माण की गतिविधियों के बाद नहीं, उसके पहले, मगर 3 साल पहले शायद, तो वहाँ के डिस्ट्रिक्ट मैजिस्ट्रेट और बाकी अधिकारी उनके साथ मिलना हुआ। तो मैंने पूछा कि प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना की जहाँ तक हम बात करें, सामान्यतः ऐसे किसी भी वेलफेयर प्रोग्राम में ये होता है कि गांव का जो विधायक है, सांसद है, कोई और मुखिया है, बड़ा नेता है, वो कहता है कि भैया ये 100 लोगों की सूची है, उसमें मेरे 2 नाम डाल दो, उनको घुसा दो, उनको भी ये बेनिफिट मिलना चाहिए, मेरे कोई बहनों ही है, कोई और कोई है। तो ये तो होता होगा। तो आप इस तरीके के प्रेशर को कैसे विथस्टैंड करते हैं? और वो जिलाधीश ने मुझे बताया, जिलाधिकारी ने, कि ये बात सही है कि ये आज भी होता है, मगर हम उनको कह देते हैं कि ये कर ही नहीं सकते, क्योंकि आज हर किसी चीज के लिए एविडेंस बेस्ड एंट्री होनी होती है। तो आपका आधार कार्ड चाहिए, आपका बिलो पॉवर्टी लाइन का जो भी दाखिला होगा, सर्टिफिकेट होगा, उसकी आवश्यकता है, उसको और एक दो प्रक्रियाओं से गुजरना पड़ता है। तो ऐसा नहीं कि दो नाम इसमें डाल दो तो मैं डाल पाऊँ। जब मैं ये उसके ध्यान में ला देता हूँ कि ये मेरे लिए अभी संभव नहीं है, तो वो भी मान जाता है, जिसके कारण पुराने तरीके का भाई भतीजावाद अभी होता है। इस तरीके की निगरानी हर स्तर पर और हर उसकी प्रक्रिया के अंग में मैं मानता हूं कि अंतर्निहित की गई है, जिसके कारण फ्लॉलेस इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ स्कीम्स ये आज संभव हो पा रहा है। गवर्नेंस एंड इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म्स हैव बीन वर्किंग out in tandem. Over 1,600 old laws have been scrapped. Multiple reforms across the board have made compliance easier for businesses and people. Ease of business की ranking और सारी चर्चा हम सब जानते हैं। Behavioral and sustainable change, स्वच्छ भारत अभियान है, GST भी है, लोगों को बड़ा कठिन लगा था और हम देखते हैं कि GST दिन ब दिन अधिक अच्छा भी होता जा रहा है और अधिक कारगर और सफल भी होता जा रहा है। लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी की बात है, एविडेंस बेस्ड पॉलिसी मेकिंग की बात है। ऑल मिनिस्ट्रीज हैव देयर डैशबोर्ड्स एंड दे आर कंटिन्यूअसली मॉनिटर्ड एट ऑल लेवल, समथिंग व्हिच इज अ रिवोल्यूशन। हसमुख भाई वुड वाउच फॉर दिस। अब तक कभी ऐसा नहीं होता था कि सरकारी बाबू के दफ्तर में उसके सामने एक डैशबोर्ड है और जिस पर एक भी टॉयलेट नया बन गया है तो उसका वहां पर एक उसको जानकारी मिल जाती है, अगर नहीं हुआ है तो उसकी भी मिल जाती है। तो डैशबोर्ड से जिसके कारण निगरानी है, एक ओपननेस, ट्रांसपेरेंसी है, ओपेकनेस समाप्त हो रहा है। फोकस ऑन डेटा ड्रिवन पॉलिसी मेकिंग एंड बॉटम्स अप अप्रोच हैज बीन अडॉप्टेड इन ऑल सेक्टर्स। नीति आयोग SDG index, a remarkable step in the direction as it tracks states' performance and the sustainable development goal parameters, so on and so forth. Most importantly, breaking of silos. सरकार में ये एक आदत सी बनी गई है कि to ensure that the right hand doesn't know what the left is doing. Now it is a thing of the past. गति शक्ति, जिसके बारे में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अभी विस्तृत बातें कही भी और उसका उद्घाटन भी किया। 16 विभिन्न सरकारी विभाग केंद्र सरकार के अंदर के इकट्ठा आकर आपसी समन्वय के आधार पर इसको आगे बढ़ाने वाले हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी एक बात को हमेशा कहते रहे हैं कि ओनरशिप लीजिए, जो भी काम हम कर रहे हैं उसकी ओनरशिप, उसका दायित्व हमने लेना चाहिए। और मैं मानता हूं कि इस माध्यम से एक सामूहिक दायित्व लेने की पद्धति, परंपरा, इसको भी शायद और अधिक बल मिलेगा। मैं बहुत विस्तार से बाकी बातों को तो नहीं कहूँगा, मगर जो महत्वपूर्ण बातें मुझे मेरे कथन की समाप्ति के पहले आपके सम्मुख कहनी है, उसमें स्वाभाविक रूप में एक कर्मयोगी अभियान है। और ये कर्मयोगी अभियान अभी केवल अभियान तक सीमित नहीं रहा है। Now many of us may not be aware, but there is a capacity building commission of India which has been established, which will take care of, and this must be a news to many of us, there are more than 750 training institutions that are conducting training programs for various government departments, state and at the center as well. इतनी सारी प्रशिक्षण की रचना होने के बावजूद भी गुणवत्ता में कोई सुधार नहीं हो रहा, क्योंकि प्रेरणा नहीं है, ओनरशिप लेने की सिस्टम नहीं है, जवाबदेही बहुत ही लचीली है, नहीं के बराबर है। इन सब में मैं मानता हूं कि इस प्रयास के कारण निश्चित रूप में सुधार होगा। एक अंतिम बात, हमारे देश में प्रधानमंत्रियों द्वारा जनता के साथ जुड़ने के लिए कुछ नारे दिया जाना है, स्वाभाविक बात है, होना भी चाहिए। एक प्रधानमंत्री जी ने नारा दिया था, मेरा भारत महान, और भारत महान है ही। अटल जी ने सुशासन की बात की थी। मेरे ख्याल से तब तक के प्रधानमंत्रियों के इतिहास को देखें तो सुशासन पर बल देने वाले अटल जी पहले प्रधानमंत्री थे। लाल बहादुर शास्त्री जी ने जय जवान जय किसान का नारा दिया था। When I talk about the value addition that Prime Minister Modi has made, I must point it out here that Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan was suffixed by Jai Vigyan by Atal Bihari Vajpayee and Jai Anusandhan, which is research by Shri Narendra Modi. Not only that, when he started his campaign way back in 2014, the watchwords were Sushasan or Vikas. And then he also appealed on the plank of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. In 2019, he added one more, which is Sabka Vishwas. And more importantly, in 2021, from his Rambhau speech, he said Sabka Prayas. This is extremely important. In a country like us, हर किसी को ये कहना कि आपका भी योगदान जरूरी है, गवर्नेंस और डेवलपमेंट, इसको आप केवल सरकार को आउटसोर्स नहीं कर सकते, आपको भी कुछ उसमें करना पड़ेगा, और इसलिए उन्होंने बहुत आग्रह से कहा सबका प्रयास। मैं मानता हूं कि एक कंटिन्यूटी विद चेंज भी है, धारा समान है विचारों की, और साथ ही साथ लोगों की सहभागिता पर एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बल देने की भी एक कोशिश है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का और जो कार्यक्रम है इस विषय का, उसको भी समझने लायक है कि किस पद्धति से एक प्रदेश दूसरे प्रदेश के साथ मेल जोल बिठाते हुए आदान प्रदान करे, भाषाओं का आदान प्रदान हो, वहाँ की प्रथा पद्धतियों की सीख एक दूसरे को मिले, और देश की विविधता को हम समझें। और ये समझे किस लिए समझे? बिकॉज ऑल आवर रीजन्स in themselves have their own cultural identity, kind of. And smaller identities, even for the sake of larger national identity, cannot be rubbish. You have to convert those smaller identities and merge them into a larger identity. Which is why एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत। हमें जरूरी है कि भारत की विविधताओं को ठीक तरीके से समझें। मैं मुंबई से आता हूँ, मुंबई में हम लोग कई बार दक्षिण से आने वालों को, पुरानी बात है अभी तो नहीं, 30-40 साल पहले सब लोग कहते थे ये मद्रासी है, एंड देयर वर मेनी कन्नडिगर्स, मेनी तेलुगुस एंड केरलाइट्स आल्सो, मगर हमारे लिए वो सब मद्रासी। जो उत्तर से आते थे उनको हम कहते थे ये सब भैया है, यद्यपि उसमें बहुत सारे लोग थे, मगर हमारे लिए केवल भैया। और नॉर्थ ईस्ट तो हमारे आकलन में था ही नहीं, हाँ वो तो और। तो ऐसी अवस्था से अगर हम बाहर निकले हैं तो जरूरी है कि हम हर प्रदेश उसकी सांस्कृतिक जो भी विविधता के अंग होंगे उनको हम पहचानें। इसलिए एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत, और इसीलिए उन्होंने न्यू इंडिया की बात कही है कि हम सब मिलकर एक न्यू इंडिया का सपना देखें और उसको साकार करें। मगर सबसे महत्वपूर्ण जो भारत और भारतीय मूल की जो सोच है, और कोई भारत से निपजा उपजा प्रधानमंत्री ही इस बात को कह सकता है, उसका एक उदाहरण उन्होंने जब 2014 में वो पहली बार when he addressed the United Nations General Assembly in 2014 September, he said in his speech that I am new to this arena of international politics, and for the first time I am addressing the United Nations General Assembly, so I really fail to understand why there are so many groupings. There is a group called G70, G20, G30. He said that at least on issues which are of supreme importance to the entire humanity, why there cannot be a G all? और ये सोच मैं मानता हूँ कि किसी भारत माता का पुत्र ही रख सकता है कि कम से कम कुछ विषयों पर हम इकट्ठा आकर क्यों नहीं बात कर सकते, ऐसे हम बिखरे बिखरे क्यों रहे। मैं मानता हूँ कि ये प्रधानमंत्री जी का योगदान है। This is the difference that he makes. This is the value that he adds, and therefore these are the distinguishing features. Again, to recapitulate, the things are basically learning from the past mistakes, creating a flawless policy infrastructure, and implementing it efficiently and effectively. I believe these are the three important things that are the distinguishing features of Modi governance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for very highly reflective and insightful keynote address. This might have helped all of us to put the entire national conference in perspective. Since there is a constraint of time, without delay, I am inviting the chair of the session, R. Jagannathan.
That was a master class in comprehensive on what all Modi has done and what he's done, how he did it, what was the reason behind it, and things. Earlier you heard so how the Home Minister himself gave you some of the insights. Now, being on the outside, I can only surmise what's going on behind the scenes. We need answers to many things. How does Modi, what are the elements of his style and substance? How is he different from leaders in similar positions? Who are the people he depends on and why? What are the lessons we can learn from his governance? How does he decide his major ministerial and bureaucratic choices? How does he interact with people who report to him? How does he monitor the things that he thinks are really important? These are all questions that can only be answered by people who already work very closely with him. And some of that we saw in the Home Minister's things. What I'm trying to suggest is, apart from some of the points that he made, I'll try to just add 1 or 2 points on that. For example, he mentioned the, before that let me say one thing. I'm always a little confused. He's got some 40, 50 schemes. I wonder how on earth is he going to monitor 40, Digital India, Stand Up India, Shut Up India, Start Up India, all kinds of things are going on, right? Then there is, but the point is, how is he spreading himself too thin? Is there something, he's stretching himself too much where he's likely to fail? Then it struck me, but this is how a venture capitalist will think. If I've got 100 crores to invest, I won't put it in one big thing. I will put it in many things, and the ones that show success, I will invest more in it. So this has been his pattern, if you look at it in the last 7.5 years. Out of the 40 to 50 initiatives he's taken, the big themes started standing up within a year or two after announcement. And those he scales up. These happened all of a sudden. So that's a central part. He thinks like a venture capitalist who is putting investments in a lot of things, and the ones that show promise, he is scaling up. And that's his big thing. Theme is scale up in everything. Don't do things small. Start small. If he shows promise, move up. That's one characteristic of this. The second thing you see, he attacks a problem from different angles. What does a Lutyens thinking, which he mentioned earlier, how he has changed the language of governance. Lutyens thing is we need more outlays. Okay, health, we are only doing 1.4, 1.5% of GDP. We must raise it to 3% and all. But look what he has actually done. He has looked at Swachh Bharat, toilets. Do toilets not have an impact on health? In fact, the World Health Organization is there. Over 300,000 children lives have been saved because of this. Then look at the other aspect of it. Nal se jal. So is that not health related, or is it purely some rural development stuff? You see, he is attacking the problem of health not from the point of view of a health ministry's budget, but from 4 different angles, so that ultimately the problem gets sorted out. And now that the time has come with COVID, you make the money investment in health infrastructure. Then Sahasrabudhe talked about budget, how we changed the colonial mindset from 5 o'clock budgets to morning 11. But I can tell you there are at least 5 or 6 other things that he has done in and around the budget that are truly revolutionary. We know that. Earlier there used to be some planned budget, this budget and things. Now it's all just capital and revenue expenditure, simple. So there is no confusion about what everybody had prepared multiple budgets and a plan which nobody knew where it was going. So we scrapped that damn thing. Then you had states being allocated plan outlays through the planning commission, that's gone. Third thing, there is a huge political speech made by the railway minister. By that yardstick, every ministry ought to have a budget. Why don't you have a defense budget speech? Why don't you have an agriculture budget speech? This is all stupidity. Basically, they have to manage the thing. So the shift that we are fundamentally seeing is from thinking outlays, which is the Lutyens way of thinking, to outcomes. That fundamental shift that has taken place, which he talked about in scheme after scheme, it is shifted from just saying that this is the outlay and now you guys go and do it. It's come to outcomes. More important, he is also looking at another example of where I think he has attacked a problem for multiple times. He is actually, the way I would call him is, he is a disruptor cum builder. Without disruption, you cannot build. And that is something fundamental. His critics will say, okay, You did demonetization, so many informal sector guys got trounced in it. But the point is, if you do not do that, there is no way you can build a sensible business model for a small thing. If the whole life depends on evading taxes and staying below the radar and do some hera-fairy here and there, show ghost workers and ghost thing, nobody gets paid anything, then you have to destroy that system before you can build it. This is a country that believes in Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, creation, maintenance and creative destruction. But we never thought of the second and third. And that's where I think Narendra Modi has made a difference, because he has now, unless you destroy the old, you cannot build the new. And that is what is happening. Why is everybody surprised that suddenly the stock markets are booming, even though growth is, we had 1.5 years of COVID and we have had 2 years of deceleration before that? How come economy, is it just a normal cyclical thing? No, I don't think so. I think it is something fundamental that has changed. This man has been doing relentless reform from day one. Every year you see 4 major reforms, and think about reforms and we think that they're just about changing the law, but it is not. Because after a law is changed, it takes 4 or 5 or 6 years before it actually delivers. I mean, you can ask Hasmukh Adhia ji. He was the initial person behind GST, right? We know it is still flawed, but look at how suddenly the revenues have started being buoyant. We were struggling to reach 1 lakh crore. Now, in a post-COVID situation where there are supply disruptions and all kinds of things, we think that the minimum we are going to hit is 1.5 lakh crores. And I think we will hit 1.5 and 1.8 by next year, which means there will be no need for states to be compensated for revenue losses. Look at the way he is thought of it. He promised states the moon, 14% guaranteed revenue increase, when he had no way of knowing whether the revenues will hold up. But the reason why he has done it, maybe Adhya ji can expand on it. Thing is, you cannot get the states to sign on if you do not give them a reason to sign on. Why would I sign on and give away my sovereign power when I have no guarantees? Now, once the guarantees are there and you have demonstrated a buoyancy in income, now it's easy to say why it can work. Now the compensation will be in some states which actually literally lose out. And earlier it was said, oh, consumption states will benefit, that's why all the poor guys came in. But actually we found that the production states were also earning a lot. That's because production states tend to be consuming states also. A destination-based tax has helped them as well. So I think we are just on the cusp of a huge hockey stick growth in GST revenues too. But this is not something you can think of like that. The other thing I find about Mr. Modi is that he uses common sense for his decisions. Okay, that means you can have a raft of economists threatening all kinds of things, do this, do that, do that. In fact, I have repeatedly pointed this out. I mean, what were all the economists saying? Raghuram said, oh, this is too bad, you're not giving the stimulus now. Right in the middle of a supply side disruption, he wanted a stimulus. Same thing, Abhijit Banerjee, same thing. Say, Amartya Sen has been shouting from the rooftop that you must throw money at everybody and his uncle. Then you had, Swaminathan Iyer say, if this stimulus is not going to increase it 5 times. Okay. Why? Because this is US envy. US did 10% of GDP, so India must do 10% of GDP, it's normal. But he knows that this country cannot sustain that kind of stimulus. They kept quiet. And today what does, if you want to see what does Ruchir Sharma just wrote 2-3 days back in the Financial Times. He says, from the start of the pandemic, many emerging nations watched the US and others go big on economic stimulus and wish they could afford to follow. It turns out that they are lucky if they couldn't and wise if they chose not to. India was not lucky, it was wise. It chose not to go in for massive stimuluses which will ruin the fisc. And today, if India is in a good fiscal shape and in an ability to do that, it's because he ignored the economists. Because his common sense fiscal conservatism tells him that look, you can't spend like crazy and think that there is nothing to be paid later on. Just like he talked about electricity bill. Can you have an unsustainable free electricity situation? No, he did that in Gujarat, which Amit Bhai also said. And you said the same thing. He went to a village and told them that, look, are you paying your electricity bill? I mean, the point is, his view is almost like John Kennedy, who says that, look, don't just ask what your country can do for you. Please tell me what you can do for the country. What did he do? Look at it. Event after event, either gas Ujjwala, he told people, can you give up the subsidy? And many people did. So he told people that you can feel good about contributing it when you don't need the subsidy, give it up. Even today, if you go to the railway ministry and book a ticket there, it will give you an option to not take the senior citizen concession if you can afford it, right? I mean, you can take it. There is a lower ticket rate for senior citizens and all that. So he says, how much do you want to give? Do you want to take 50%, no concession, whatever? So he's asking people, you come and do it. So the Sabka Prayas bit which Sahasra Buddhaji has said, this is what he's saying. He is trying to connect his vision, his goals, and saying, please make this a part of you. He's bringing people into the whole process of development. And that is something that's fantastic, and I think we can never really do that. Unless people participate, development is not just about it. Other thing, even when you talk about the disruptions, demonetization again was disruptive, right? Now can you imagine during COVID, if you were literally dependent on cash, you know, just imagine how much COVID would have spread if you are busy passing on 1 rupee and 10 rupee coins each other every day for your daily necessities. Today you don't know. In Bangalore I even saw a beggar saying Paytm. You know? So, because Bangalore is a little ahead of us in terms of digital. So in Thane where I stay, normally they don't like the idea of anybody giving Paytm. This time I found an auto driver whom I had to pay 22 bucks. So I was taking out my 22 bucks. No, you give me through Google Pay. I said, why? What did you do? 22 rupees in Google Pay, I got 22 bucks. Huh? He says, no, I have to send this 22 bucks to Bihar, where once at the end of the day when I have some money, I have to send it to my family. And there is no other way I can send it except instantly through this. Look at the change that has come. And from a disruption, you have come to something brilliant. When the COVID struck, USA was writing checks to people to give them compensation for COVID. Here, 500 rupees a month, right? Click, gone. This is what we have done. And we are far ahead in financial architecture compared to people like that. Only some Nordic countries or something are really as good as this. But this is what we have achieved. I mean, all this is part of comprehensive 360-degree thinking, which is central to the way Mr. Modi has done. So I think, if I may ask you a question or two, sir, if you can just, one thing is like, how does, I mean, we live in a socio-economic political situation. No decision has non-political, has political implication. How does he combine the three when he decides that he will go for a certain, like let's say we are facing problems with farm laws, we are facing problems maybe with some labor laws also we may face in future. How does he decide that he is going to do with it and stick to it? He has not backed down on farm laws even today.
I think to give you a short answer, it is the courage of conviction. Because it requires courage when you move ahead resolutely to do certain things in a determined manner. So it is the courage of conviction. I don't think there is any other explanation.
Yeah. The other thing is, I think the farm law is finally going to be solved not by the law itself, but the ecosystem you build, where the farmer producer organizations start building and integrating forward right up to marketing and branding. Then the value comes, and it cannot just come from anything. So, we have a system, we wasted 10 years during the UPA where not a single reform was done. It's almost as if Narendra Bhai is going to be making up for 10 years of loss by making his 10 years count like crazy. And I think we are not just going to see we're going to see a terrific spike in growth and employment. We are just on the cusp. I think the hard parts are over in large parts of the legal thing. It is the final 1 or 2 years where laws need to be tweaked, reshaped, and after that we are going to have terrific growth. And one hopes he is there for another 5 years after 24. But even if he is not there, it's going to be great news for the economy. He has laid the foundations for a substantially booming and revitalized economy, which we will not yet see because I think we went through the period of the disruption. Now is the time the payback is coming. It's just coming. I think the Achhe Din has come a little late, but it will come. So that's where we are really. And I think in the coming sessions, I just wanted to say, I think we need to know about the art of implementation. I think the key thing about Modi is not just had the vision, but execution. And I think some of that is very critical, because initially we thought, what is this guy not talking much about big bang reforms and all that. But all that midi bangs add up to a multi-big bang. That is one thing. He knows that small things add up and they are compounding at a terrific rate. Second thing I think is that when it comes to implementing at the base level, he gives much greater thought than almost any chief executive does. He has a product evaluation and PERT approach to everything. And he is certainly doing that. And he's got the right guys. We hope we get more insights from the remaining features. And most important, I think he has thought about the pain points of the ordinary person. I mean, things like Ujjwala and Nal Se Jal and Ayushman Bharat and things and Jan Dhan do not come from somebody who is thinking that outlays. He is thinking about what does a guy need. Even before the poor guy thinks he needs a bank account, he says you better take it. And in a way, millions have been formalized into the economy. That never happened. Earlier, the formal economy, in terms, forget about the business part of formal economy. I'm talking about the ordinary man's part. If you don't have a bank account, you're not part of the formal economy in some ways. But he has got millions. I mean, half the country now is part of the formal economy in some way. Even if he's receiving just 500 rupees a month, he's there. Look at the way it's been formalized. I mean, this is where I think development has actually hit the roots. And we will see benefits from this. I mean, sometimes it does not show up in GDP, not immediately, but it will show up somewhere at a cumulative stage where it's difficult to calculate and very difficult to see. And at that time, if somebody else is in power, I think, God forbid, he'll claim credit for something he didn't do. But that's what it is. We hope that the person who reaps the fruit is the one who sowed it also. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. It was not just intellectual trip, but it was a part of emotional nourishment also. Yeah, and you both are having a huge fan following among us. I would request both of you to make available while taking a tea so we can interact with you. Ladies and gentlemen, since we are running out of time, we are going to have a tea break. I would request all of you to reassemble in the same hall by 3:45. Thank you very much. We are going to have the session 1, Art of Implementation.
BJP, he is national spokesperson of BJP, and also renowned economist, banker, and he was former MD Deutsche Bank, and he would be chairing this session. I will request Sri Hasmukh Adhia ji to please come on the dais. We know that during Hasmukh Adhia ji's time, we passed GST government and services tax. Thank you. And he was an administrative IAS officer of 1981 batch. He served as Finance and Revenue Secretary to Government of India. And currently he is non-executive chairman of Bank of Baroda, and he is also Chancellor of Central University of Gujarat. Thank you, sir. I would also request Milind Kamble ji to please come on the dais. Milind Kamble ji is a Padma awardee in 2013, and he's also chairman of DICCI, Dalit Chambers Industry and Commerce. And Milind Kamble ji. And I will request Raju Mantri ji to come on the desk. Raju Mantri ji has written a bestseller, The Idea of New India, and he is a managing director of Navam Capital and India Focused Venture Group, and he is also co-founder of India Enterprise Council. Now I would like to request Ravin Sathe ji to felicitate our chair Jafar Islam ji. I would like to request Jafar Islam ji to felicitate our other co-panelists. जी to Hasmukh Adhiya ji, to Milind Kamble ji, So with this esteemed panel, we are the art of implementation. Friends, after 2019 general elections, in the same hall where the inaugural address session took place, our esteemed panel also sat and tried to discuss that how Modi won for the second term. आखिर जीत कैसे गए? And one prominent journalist, he deliberated that he was visiting a far-flung area of Uttar Pradesh. There is a district called Ajamgarh, a constituency called 50 kilometers away from Lalganj constituency, and he was trying to contradict all the facts and figures given by Bharatiya Janata Party, its leadership, that this much of cylinders were distributed, this much of PM Awas were distributed, and all these things. And he was trying to contradict, but he himself said that I found in the many houses of that village of Lalganj, 50 kilometers away from Lalganj, he found gas cylinder, he found that Awas, he found other things, toilets and all these things. And when he checked that there was a woman and she got 50,000 rupees at Mudra loan, he said that I have all the video records for that. And when he came back, he also checked data again that okay, how much Mudra loans were distributed, and that was around more than 40 million. We know all that. So, as Vinayji was saying in the earlier session, that these schemes in one or another way were definitely existing. Nirmal Bharat schemes was there. There were many schemes, but what is that magic? And he also said in the inaugural session, this is not just magic but also mehnat. So what is that mehnat? What is that magic which differentiate this government from the earlier government? And I think that magic lies somewhere in art of implementation, that how effectively this government has implemented these schemes since last 7.5 years. Just 2 days back, a very one scheme was launched, Prime Minister Health Infrastructure Schemes, and that is also going to do wonders in coming years. So with this esteemed panel, we are going to discuss that how this government has implemented and what is that art of implementation we will discuss in this session. I would like to request first Hasmukh Adhiya ji to deliberate on this topic. Hasmukh Adhiya ji. You can speak from there.
No, I'll speak from here. Thank you. I just need a bottle of water to be kept here. Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. Distinguished panel sitting here, the organizers, ladies and gentlemen. Since morning we have been talking about the achievements of Mr. Modi. The Home Minister dwelt on the various policy choices that Mr. Modi made. and the result of that. And in subsequent sessions also, most of the speakers have highlighted the achievements. But what I want to talk about is completely different. How did this all happen? What went into making these policy choices? How did he take these decisions? What techniques, tools did he use? What abilities did he have to take such tough decisions for the country? And I'm going to give you the insider story. I think the session conductor has not probably given the proper background, but I had a good amount of close experiences with Mr. Modi, because when Dr. Mishra was Principal Secretary to Chief Minister, Dr. P.K. Mishra, right from day one, Dr. P.K. Mishra was Principal Secretary to Chief Minister in Gujarat. After 2 years, 2003, I joined that office, Chief Minister's office, as additional Principal Secretary. So I worked with Dr. P.K. Mishra as additional Chief Secretary, as additional Principal Secretary to Chief Minister. And then after a year, Dr. Mishra chose to go to Government of India on deputation. So in 2004, I became the Principal Secretary to Chief Minister. And for 2 years, I was Principal Officer in charge of his office in Gujarat. After that, I was on 2 years of study leave. Then 2008 to 13, again I worked very closely with him on all the experiments in education, about which today Amit ji mentioned. The Kanya Kedavani Praveshotsav, the Gunotsav, Vache Gujarat, and there are so many other things which we did in education. So I was working very closely that time with him. And then, of course, finally, I had my final stint also ending in Delhi. When 2014, in November, I came to Delhi, and first I took charge as Secretary of Department of Financial Services, which was at that time implementing Jan Dhan Yojana. So we pushed it further. We brought in some more insurance schemes like Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Jivan Jyoti Bima Yojana, etc. And then very soon, within 10 months, I was transferred to Revenue Department, and I was told to be in charge of the implementation of GST. And then for 3 years I worked there before I retired in November 2018 when I retired. 3 things I will say are very important to understand his working style. The first thing is his listening ability, his ability to listen effectively, which is the main reason for his success. In 2001, when he came to become the Chief Minister of Gujarat, as Home Minister mentioned, he didn't have experience of a single day, not even as a president of a Gram Panchayat. No administrative experience. He only had an experience of organization, but no experience of administrative kind, none so whatsoever. But still, how did he become so successful? He is a great learner, very good learning ability. He learns quickly, he listens. What did he do in Gujarat? He didn't know anything about any department. He says every day we will meet. So from 6 o'clock, first month, this is the post-earthquake, lot of work relating to earthquake rehabilitation was there. But evening, he said, after the office hours, we will all meet. 6 to 12 in the night, every day. For 30 days he did this in Gujarat, as soon as he took over as Chief Minister. What was the agenda? For 30 days, every department was given one day, that you make a presentation, the Secretary will make a presentation about what is the status of the department, what are the main issues which are faced by the department, and how to, and Secretary and the Minister can give their own solution, so that he listens to that. Okay, what is the solution for this? All cabinet rank ministers and all the secretaries, not only Secretary of the department which is presenting, they were supposed to remain present. Because from day one he understood that the government is functioning in bits and pieces. We need an integrated view of the whole thing. So he made all of us sit through these presentations, all the secretaries. We are made to sit through this presentation to understand what's happening in all of the departments also. While he was learning, we were also learning. Because it never happened that we had such a comprehensive view of all the departments of government of Gujarat. If I'm in education, I used to work in education. If I'm in rural development, I would work for rural development. But for the first time, all the secretaries and ministers realized that we got a comprehensive picture of Gujarat. So he learns. And what would he do in this 6 hours? He wouldn't speak a single word. He would only ask questions, 1 or 2 questions if he has any question. Otherwise, he will say thank you very much and get up. Learning session for him. Never spoke. He never started giving his wisdom right from day one. Because it was his learning period. So he would learn. उसके बाद उन्होंने कभी उस टाइम पे किसी को कोई एडवाइस नहीं दी. He was trying to learn. After that, he himself admitted, he says, I never knew that this is Gujarat. He thought Gujarat is very advanced, industrially very active, very prosperous, everybody is happy. Our per capita income is as good as Punjab, he used to think. But then he found we had pockets of poverty, the infant mortality rate, maternal mortality rate, the literacy rate of women, everything, we were down. We were 17th in the country. That's what he found after coming to Gujarat and becoming a chief minister. During this presentation, he found this. And once he took note of all the problems that we are facing, then his mind starts working on it. And the second great ability he has is intuitive capacity to vision the future. Intuitive capacity he has got. I remember one instance. There was a presentation going on by McKinsey or some other, one of the big 4 consultancy firm. They were given the job of preparing a Vision Infrastructure Gujarat 2010. This was 2001, the first year of his taking over. So they're making a presentation on infrastructure vision of Gujarat for 2010, 10 years ke baad kya hoga. And after the presentation, he listened to the whole presentation, then he started asking, what about this? Have you thought about this? Have you thought about this? What about port to rail linkage? What about this to that? And the amount of questions he raised, the consultants themselves told me that, my God, what a visioning he has. What kind of a vision he has. I mean, that plan, what they had brought, was made to look like pygmy compared to what he was thinking about. His intuitive visioning ability about the future is so strong. Maybe a God's gift. God has given him this gift to think through and to look into the future and to think big also. And he always thinks big. He always used to tell everyone in every single meeting that whatever we do, we should do world class. We should not compromise on quality. Whatever we do, we should do world class. This was his message to everybody. So, very strong learning ability and very strong intuitive abilities and visioning ability. These are very important things. The third thing, he understood from day one that taking work from government employees is very, very important. Because unless you take the entire set of employees with you, unless you increase their capacity to take decisions, and unless you give them proper tools and techniques to take decisions, nothing will succeed. So he observed the bureaucracy. We had sort of a annual meeting of collectors and district development officers every year. It's a meeting of 2 days in which all the collectors and district development officers of all the districts, all the secretaries, not all the secretaries, but secretaries of various departments and ministers, they come and go. So for example, there are sessions for education, health, and things like that. So when education is being talked about, the education secretary and the education minister will come, they will talk about it. And they'll say, okay, we have this agenda, how do you plan to do this? And they will sort of give agenda to collectors and DDOs. We have to achieve this target, we have to achieve that target. He observed all this. Then after 1 year of experiencing this, next year when the file came, that time I was in his office, that we have to organize a collector DDO meeting, he told me very plainly, he says, no, I'm not satisfied with this. Why can't you do it differently? I said, what? What do we want to do? He said, let's go out of Gandhinagar and talk about various issues with the district officials. So from that was born the idea of Chintan Shibir. Chintan Shibir is a kind of an annual conclave of top administrators of the state. It is a best practice of the private sector which he brought into the public sector. So the first Chintan Shibir was in Kevadia. All of us went by bus. All this he had planned. He told me, how do we want to do it? He says, start your day with yoga. Let everybody do yoga together. Let all bureaucrats, ministers, everybody do yoga. And then also eating together, dining together, lunching together without any protocol. Nobody will break the line. If a junior officer is there in the front, when the minister comes, minister will also stand in the queue. All will go by bus, nobody will go by car, so that support staff doesn't have to be taken care of. And also there is no clutter. So there is some bonhomie also created among bureaucrats and ministers. So all of us went by bus. It was such a fun. We went to Kevadia colony, the site of Statue of Unity. That time Statue of Unity was not there. And the objective of this meeting was very, very clear, that we have to create camaraderie among ministers and bureaucrats. That's number one. Number two, we all have to think together. We have to understand what are the main problems. So before the Chintan Shibir, we list 5 or 6 topics, the issues which are faced by the state, and we would prepare a status note on that, give it to all the bureaucrats. There will be group discussions among 6 groups, and it will be a mixed group of junior officers, so all the collectors, district development officers, as well as the ministers and the secretaries. They will all be part of each group. There will be some ministers here, some secretaries here, intersectoral. The purpose, he said, was very clear, that when we come out of the Chintan Shibir, on all those 6 issues, we have a solution which is approved by everybody in the whole. So the finance secretary is also there, revenue secretary is also there, and subsequently, as soon as we go back to Gandhinagar, he says the file should be moved for taking that decision, and the decision should be signed by everybody. Because if they had to ask any question, it was supposed to be asked in Chintan Shibir only. No further question subsequently. This was the style. He created this style, Chintan Shibir. It was such a successful experiment that it is continued even till today. And in the first Chintan Shibir, I remember Kevadia, he never spoke. He was sitting always in the last bench. लास्ट बेंच में बैठ के सबको सुनते थे. भूपेंद्र सिंह चुड़ासमा भी हमारे मंत्री जी थे, तो वो भी, उनको भी याद है, गुजरात के मंत्री थे, हमारे एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर थे. तो पिछली बेंच पे बैठ के वो सब देखते थे, सब सुनते थे. And then in the end, in valedictory, he gave a very good speech. I think everybody remembers that. He gave such a marvelous speech, and it was a speech which is nationalistic, motivational, pro-poor. It creates sentiments in you. It creates a real emotion in a bureaucrat or in ministers. Yeah, so many people, some bureaucrats, he is recalling that one additional chief secretary was crying that time when he was speaking, because he spoke with emotions. Such emotions came out of him. And it became a very famous speech. Then we made a CD of it, and we circulated it to all the government staff and everybody down the line, so that people are motivated. His vision, his concern for the poor, that all came out in that speech. Kevadia's speech was very famous that way. The next thing is that once he will say that we want to do this in such a way, he will put all his efforts. In the first Chintan Shibir, I remember, every single thing was planned with his approval. First Chintan Shibir. But subsequently he says it should become institutionalized. So it became an institutionalized experiment, and he would insist on documenting the experiment. So if we do a Chintan Shibir, after we come back, he'll say, ki, let everybody give their feedback, and let's document what are the mistakes we made in this Chintan Shibir, how can we improve it in the future. So the documentation was what he used to insist on. And then next year it becomes institutionalized. So this is the way we used to do it. There are many, many things which are examples of how, after putting in first time effort, he has institutionalized the whole thing. Like Kanya Kedavani Praveshotsav. First year he spent a lot of time in designing it, planning it. This is the way it will happen. 5 villages, every bureaucrat, every minister will visit, every collector, every DDO, all district officers will visit 5 schools in a day, 3 days, 15 villages to be visited. And what will happen there? What to talk about before the villages? What kind of speech to give? Everything he planned for the bureaucrats also, that everybody will talk about this. After doing that kind of a planning for 1 year, then he says it will be institutionalized now. So every year education department used to understand what is to be done. Circular used to be issued, planning used to be done, ki kaun kahan jayega, which minister will go to which village. So all this became a part of institutional mechanism. Krishi Mahotsav, everybody talked about it. What is Krishi Mahotsav? He immediately understood that there is a big gap between what the scientists are doing in the agricultural laboratories and what the farmers on the field are actually getting. Nothing. There is no connection between research being done and the farmers' actual crop being put there. So he made all the scientists of agricultural laboratories to go from village to village in Krishi Mahotsav, 11 days, as today Amit Bhai was saying. For 11 days, all scientists will be on the road. They'll be in the villages. And in the village, there'll be group meeting, farmers will ask questions. They'll be told ki as per this area, this is the crop you should be growing. This is something which you should not be using. This is what you should be using. All this knowledge used to be passed down to the villages because they were forced to go to the field by Mr. Modi. So Krishi Mahotsav also became institutionalized. Even today, every year Krishi Mahotsav is organized. Vibrant Gujarat. When the first such investor meet was organized, I was Industries Commissioner Gujarat and it was called Resurgent Gujarat. So he saw the event, very small event in Tagore Hall. Few people came and I remember one of the invitees was Mr. Jetli. So Mr. Jetli also had come for one of the sessions that time. But he was very disappointed. He says, this is a scale on which you organize investor summit? No way. We need big. And from next year onward, started Vibrant Gujarat Summit. It became a brand in itself. What an event. It's not only for getting investor commitment to Gujarat. It is more about learning. The Vibrant Gujarat has got so many knowledge sessions, so many seminars. So all the entrepreneurs of Gujarat, they look forward to Vibrant Gujarat as a learning opportunity because all the experts of plastics, engineering, automotive, non-conventional energy, all the experts come in Vibrant Gujarat and they talk about how to develop this sector and how to go about it. So it became a big event, very big event. If you see Vibrant Gujarat, the scale of Vibrant Gujarat, you won't believe it. It is such a gigantic event. So that's institutionalized. Every year we have Vibrant Gujarat. Every second year, of course, we have Vibrant Gujarat. So institutionalizing is a strategy. Having said this, now I'll talk about the Karma Yogi, Mission Karma Yogi, because again, that's something where I was very much a part of it. So what happened was just a personal story that I'd come back from IIM Bangalore after studying public policy. And as part of my study in IIM Bangalore, I'd done a job satisfaction survey of employees of central government and state government. I'd done a research project there. And so my results were astounding in that I'd taken a sample of 200 state government employees of Karnataka and 200 central government employees. And the results of this survey were astounding. So I presented them to Mr. Modi once because I was already, when I came back, I was posted in his office only. So I became additional principal secretary to CM. So I explained the result of this. He says, why can't we do this for the entire government of Gujarat? Why can't we do a satisfaction survey or an engagement survey for all our employees? I said, yes, we can do it. And we did it. We engaged a private agency to do this. The forms were designed to understand what do the employees think about government and what do they want from government for their motivation. And in an election mode, dates were given. Okay, so-and-so village, so-and-so school, all government employees patwari, policemen, everybody has to go to that polling booth. They were explained how to fill up the form. Half an hour they sit there, 1 hour they sit there, fill up the form, put it in a ballot box. They were not supposed to write their name also. To make it more credible, they were not supposed to write, so that they give a clear opinion about the government. And what do they feel are the constraints of functioning. So that kind of a satisfaction survey was done. And the results were very astounding again. One specific question I remember we had asked was that in order to make you more efficient, in order to make you more effective, what is it you want out of the following 9 things? One of them was better salary. One of them was better perquisite. Out of 9. But you know, what did they vote in favor of? Only 9% people said we want better salary or better perquisite. About 25% people said we want more training. 15% said we want more guidance. And then it opened his eyes. He said, no, we need to do something about it. We need to organize a massive training for our staff. And that's where we did Karma Yogi training that time. About 250,000 employees of Government of Gujarat were trained in soft skill. By hiring a private agency, we had training of trainers done by them, syllabus developed by a private agency, but the actual training was delivered by 6,000 officers of Government of Gujarat who were trained as trainers, and each one of them delivered 6 batches of training. And that's how we could cover 250,000 employees of Government of Gujarat in the Karma Yogi training, which was a training of soft skill. Importance of being proactive, importance of body language, communication skill. The government officers don't know that when somebody visits the office and if they are sitting in an awkward position, how they are disrespecting the visitor. They don't know. पैर पे पैर चढ़ा के टेबल पे पैर रख के बैठे हैं, उनको पता नहीं है. तो उनको ये सब बताया गया, ये सब सॉफ्ट स्किल ट्रेनिंग में. And then we had a feedback session at the end of this entire endeavor, which Mr. Modi himself chaired. In SPIPA, we had organized in the auditorium. And the people, the kind of feedback people gave to Mr. Modi, he was moved. There were tears in the eyes of people who said ki we never thought that we were worthy of sitting on a bench to take a training ever. Because 40% of the lower level government staff, they never get a single hour of institutional training. Not a single hour of institutional training. They are directly put on the job. Like private secretary, PA, drivers, peons, they never get any institutional training. They straight away are asked to report. That's it. This was the status. So people had tears in their eyes कि अच्छा लगा बहुत हमको कि हमको एक आपने employee की तरह treat किया. He was moved by that, and that is the kind of experiment it was done. Now the same model is being brought into Government of India. Mission Karma Yogi is what he is trying to implement here in entire Government of India. So this is what I talked about. Now I'll summarize, 5 more minutes, I'll summarize by saying what are his main abilities which makes him, again a couple of personal examples will come. I already told you his ability to think big, his visioning ability I told you, the listening ability I told you, but one more thing, his ability to focus on the thing which is on hand. If you meet him, if he gives you 10 minutes of time, he will not look here, there. आगे एक भी पेपर उनके टेबल पे नहीं पड़ा होता. Even as Prime Minister, not a single paper is lying on his table, ever. Normally busy people have got a lot of files, papers, कुछ रखा हुआ है because they have a lot of things to attend to, but nothing. If he gives you 10 minutes, he will be looking into your eyes and listening to you without any problem. He will not even start fidgeting even if 10 minutes is over. Of course, the secretary may come and remind the visitor, okay, now your time is up. But point is कि he will give you full time and full attention. So that kind of and whenever he is doing anything, he will be fully focused on it. हम लोग तो 6 घंटे की मीटिंग में कभी-कभी मोबाइल देख लेंगे, वो नहीं देखेंगे. He is chairing the meeting, so he is looking at the presentation for 6 hours. And the same thing I am telling you, the thing that he had done while learning about Government of Gujarat, the same approach he had even in Delhi. As finance secretary, I've attended so many meetings which went on for 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, of other departments also, because as finance, one has to be there. And there is not a single department of Government of India which is not reviewed for implementation. Whether it is social justice, water resources, Ayush, even department like Ayush, he will spend 3 hours to review it. Just imagine the kind of accountability that creates for the bureaucrats, because they have to make a presentation to PM, they have to come prepared, they have to answer questions. So the kind of attention which the top person gives, that percolates down, and then we all learn from him. Okay, this is the way we have to also do things. His coolness of mind, I've never seen him scolding anyone personally, never. Even when I was in his personal staff, in the sense I was principal secretary. Now, he never forgets anything after telling you, but you forget. So he'll tell you, ये जरा करना है, तो एक बार तो हम लोग mental note ले लेंगे, दूसरी बार note करके भूल जाएंगे. Third time also, if he has to remind, he will not get angry कि ये क्यों नहीं हो रहा है, ऐसा नहीं बोलेंगे. He'll say, हसमुख भाई, वो हमारी एक बात हुई थी, उसका कुछ हुआ? भूपेंद्र भाई, क्यों? ऐसे ही बोलेंगे ना कि हमारी एक वो बात हुई थी, उसका कुछ हुआ? This is the way mildly he will remind you. Although he has a right to scold his principal secretary, but he has never become angry. He will express dissatisfaction about the state of affairs, but that's collectively. He'll say, ये सब क्या हो रहा है? ये department में ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा. ऐसे generally, collectively he will say, I mean, we need to improve. ऐसा कहेंगे. But personally, he will never scold anybody. Then, he's very accessible, very accessible. You would be surprised. I mean, a lot of people have got a completely different impression about his thing. He meets as many people as possible. As chief minister, though, it was so easy to meet the chief minister, but systematically. And he had so many contacts with Karyakartas because he was a man of organization. I remember there was once a train accident in Godhra, somewhere in Panchmahal district. So, as principal secretary, I should be coming to know about it because the collector should immediately ring me up and say, ki, ye hua hai. But instead of that, somebody else who was from that village knew CM. He called up CM at 1 o'clock in the night, and the attendant operator, he gave the line to CM, and CM को ये बताया गया. Immediately he called me up and saying कि वहाँ पर ये कुछ accident हुआ, आप जरा देखो क्या हो सकता है उसमें. So look at that. His accessibility makes him so powerful because it gives him so many sources of knowledge compared to one source. He doesn't get fed only by bureaucrats or by ministers. He has his own channels of communication from people. That's one. Then next is his intuitive ability to judge people. 99% of the time, he will put the right person for the right job. He's got that intuitive ability. कि कौन कहाँ चलेगा, किसको कहाँ लगाने से काम होगा. Maybe in 1% of the cases he has gone wrong in choice of people. Otherwise, his choice of people is always the best. Right person for the right. While making a ministry, he would make sure that either the minister is very good, then the secretary will be थोड़ा सा inferior होगा तो चलेगा. Minister is powerful, so चल जाएगा. But where the minister is not so good, he will make sure that the secretary is very powerful. This is the way he used to make his ministry also. You know? So that kind of a combination he would make. And his communication ability, you know about it. How he communicates with the people. And just imagine one thing called मन की बात. कितने लोगों की इतनी कमिटमेंट होगी कि हर महीने, मंथ आफ्टर मंथ, रिकॉर्डिंग के लिए बैठना 1 घंटा, उसके लिए मटेरियल ढूंढना, उसको तैयार करना और वो बोलना रेडियो पे. 60 installments, I think, already. 85 installments of Man Ki Baat. Just imagine, month after month, he has to look for some material, he has to speak about something, and people love it because it's a direct communication channel. The more you communicate with the people directly, the more powerful you become because then you don't depend on any MP or MLAs or anybody else. The people love you then. So his communication with the people is so direct, and this Man Ki Baat is one example when he started a direct communication channel with people. So these are the things which I thought I must reflect. I have completed my 30 minutes which I was given today. Thank you very much. Thank you.
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर फॉर दिस प्रेजेंटेशन. दोस्तों, हम लोगों ने सुबह माननीय गृह मंत्री के माध्यम से जाना कि एक राजनीतिक कार्यकर्ता के रूप में वो जो यात्रा रही, और अभी देखा कि कैसे एक ब्यूरोक्रेट्स ने जो उनके साथ काम किया है उनकी क्या यात्रा रही. सो आई वॉज जस्ट थिंकिंग अबाउट द प्लेटोज आइडिया ऑफ फिलोसफर किंग, कि कुछ ऐसा ही जो फिलोसफर किंग होता होगा, इतना ही सहज सरल रहते हुए भी, अप्रोचेबल रहते हुए भी, दिन में 18 घंटे काम करते हुए या शायद ज़्यादा भी, और इस तरह के रिजल्ट दे सकता है. दैट यू कैन हैव 300 billion beneficiaries in five years, and that translated into votes, and Modi again came to power. And one more Herculean task which Modi ji has taken is to transform a civilization state into a modern democracy. He is working on that and successfully working on transforming that civilization state into a modern democracy. And our friend Rajiv Mantri ji has done a very good job by writing this book, and he is from finance and economics background. I would like to request Rajiv Mantri ji to come to have his presentation. Rajiv Mantri ji.
After that scintillating presentation by Shri Adia ji, I'm sure something all of us in the room will savor. So many learnings and so many new aspects we have got to know about Prime Minister's style. So my presentation is going to be about slightly more specific actions that have been done. And I just want to highlight how some of them have come together to create a change. So in the morning session, Honorable Home Minister had mentioned that administrative change or organizational change isn't reform. Reform is when you can see the results. जब नतीजे दिखते हैं, जब लोगों के जीवन में एक बदलाव आता है, उसको रिफॉर्म कहा जाता है. तो मैं ऐसे ही 3-4 बड़े कदम जो सरकार ने लिए हैं उनको जोड़ना चाहूँगा to bring out how some of the slightly abstract topics like let's say GST or trade, how are they connecting up together and how are they reshaping our lives as citizens. So the first thing I want to say is direction matters, strategy matters, execution is important. But one of my favorite quotes from the management guru, Peter Drucker, he had said that there is nothing so useless as doing efficiently that which should not be done at all. So on that count, I would say, in my view, the government has got the strategy right, the government has got the direction right, and the corollary to this is that if you have the direction right, and there are certain speed bumps, there are certain difficulties, sometimes you don't get the perfect solution, even then we should persevere in the right direction. So there are two forces principally that work to reshape economies, that work to reshape sort of industries, and that is, one is government policy, one is technology. So technology, we all understand intuitively that technology in a particular sector, it changes how consumers interact with the business, how they purchase things, etc. But policy too has a very important role to play in bringing change. And let's dig into some of the big policy changes we have seen. So Shri Adia ji, who is one of the architects, driving forces behind the GST, didn't really talk much about the GST. But let's start with the indirect tax reform that we saw. Before GST, we had this kind of cobweb of state level levies, central taxes, other kinds of duties, octroi, this, that. And that actually created a big mishmash of overlapping kind of levies and taxes, and made things very difficult in India to do business internally. In a way, we erected internal trade barriers in the country. And cascading taxes meant that people were paying multiple taxes. So we replaced that system with the GST, which is a much cleaner system, we all know that. But that actually plays also into formalization, as well as my next area, which I will talk about, is the trade. So as some observers had said when we implemented GST, that India has now done a free trade agreement with itself. we had made it easier for Indian businesses to trade within the country. And then we all know we've seen an unprecedented infrastructure push, whether it's road building, whether it's port development, whether it's airports, all kinds of infrastructures now coming together, connecting up our country physically, making even the farthest corners accessible. And all of that feeds in actually towards more trade happening within the country. And simultaneously, on the external side of trade, India has put up certain trade barriers, tariffs, so that Indian producers can make in India, India sort of attains certain self-sufficiency in important areas and so on. So all put together, I would say India has flipped the paradigm. So earlier we had internal trade barriers and external openness, and now we have lesser external openness but more internal freedom. So that is, I think, a very important point to understand on how an execution of an important reform like GST has enabled not just easier taxation, but downstream effects are in many areas. And then connected with the that aspect is the aspect of access to capital. So one of the key factor markets, obviously, capital. So India has raised FDI caps across sectors. We have seen financialization of savings. Again, digital payments, formalization driven by GST. I mean, these things are all interlinked. And then even the war on black money, that too is driving Indian savings into more financial instruments. So in addition to those big topics like demonetization and other things, we all know about, India has of late in very micro areas, in certain sort of niches of finance, which maybe only those participants would talk about a lot or know about a lot. We have eased the listing on Indian stock exchanges. Long-term capital providers in India like the Provident Fund are now continuously investing in Indian equities, bringing a certain stability. Finally, Indian bonds are being included into global indices. So this is all easing access to capital for the Indian business person, for the Indian entrepreneur. Finally, labor. So this graph may be a little difficult to read, but essentially last year, India went through a very significant labor law change. Now, this was considered to be so difficult that even most economists had stopped talking about it because they thought that ये तो होगा ही नहीं कभी, कैसे होगा, कौन करेगा? But ये हुआ. Last year, we have compressed the labor laws into 4 codes. In fact, now states have the ability to go further, liberalize further in this area, and go for even more liberal labor laws. Because frankly, India's labor laws were not pro-employee, they were anti-employment, as we have experienced in the last 30-40 years. And this change is key to improving manufacturing, but also people don't appreciate that it actually helps the laborers, it helps workers, because staying in the informal economy, staying as informal workers, denies the laborer occupational health, safety, pensions, and so on. So we want the laborers to stay in the formal economy. We want them to sort of be a part of the formal system. And these labor laws were a very important piece of that. Finally, let me just talk about one sector. I mean, there are multiple sectors that have seen so many important changes, whether it's insurance, whether it's agriculture with the farm laws and others. But let's just talk about defense. And I'm sure we'll hear about some of this from Honorable Defense Minister also when he's coming here day after. But the creation of Chief of Defense of Staff, theaterization that is happening, and then most importantly, defense procurement. So India has become the largest importer of arms, weapons, defense equipment. And now we are on a good path to increase exports, to sort of not just supply Indian armed forces with Indian equipment, but export our equipment globally at better prices with sort of equivalent or better quality. So a series of reforms have happened in one sector, like defense, that is really changing that industry. And most recently, we saw the corporatization of the ordnance factory boards. And in the last 3 years, this industry has completely been transformed, both administratively in how the armed forces are run, and then even from the perspective of the private sector, which has more opportunity to be a part of it, to create businesses in the components, in the other value chains that are linked with defense and aerospace. And it's really a very exciting time for entrepreneurs, for business people to be doing this, because frankly, this was very difficult to do because we didn't have an honest government. For a sector like defense in particular, you cannot have private sector participation, or it will be very difficult to have private sector participation if you don't have honest government. So this little puzzle over here, which you see, kind of puts together some of the inputs that are required for progress in a country, for economic progress, for economic growth. And two of the important pieces in it are honest government and political stability, which is frankly not something India had before 2014. So we had the era of coalitions, we had the era of corruption, rampant corruption, but that has changed in a dramatic way. And just to come to the payoff, what does all of this add up to? Why does it matter? When we read the newspapers, when we hear sort of dry policy lectures, people might think, what's in it for me? How does it make a difference? The reason it makes a difference is this is changing the corporate landscape of India. What is happening in India now is all these changes add up, and there is a new wave of venture creation, of company formation happening in the country that is actually unprecedented. We are seeing that the number of startups has escalated dramatically in the last 4-5 years. There is risk capital available. आज के दिन में कोई भी कहीं से भी business चालू कर सकता है. पहले था कि only elite families could do so, only certain regions and communities did so. Now it is become more egalitarian. And this is truly a very crucial change for the country in terms of achieving those bigger economic goals that we have, of achieving higher growth and of achieving a 20 trillion GDP. So I think all these structural reforms together will really pay off in an important way for us as citizens, for us as investors, for us as business builders. And I leave you with that thought of what, again, Prime Minister had said in 2015, a year into his, after winning the election, just a year in as Prime Minister, he had said that can't we dream of India as a 20 trillion economy? And I would leave you with that. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू राजू जी. मित्रों, चाणक्य नीति में भी एक श्लोक आता है, सुखस्य मूलम धर्मम और अर्थस्य मूलम धर्मम अर्थस्य मूलम. और इसी तरीके से हम यहाँ भी देख रहे हैं कि कैसे चीज़ें आगे बढ़ रही हैं, कि कैसे एक इंद्रिय को जय करके राजा को होना चाहिए, और धर्म के मूल में अर्थ कैसे है और सुख के मूल में धर्म कैसे है. तो जो ऑर्गेनाइजर हैं वो भी बहुत साधुवाद के पात्र हैं कि हर प्रकार के हमारे पैनलिस्ट हैं. और इसी के साथ मैं आमंत्रित करता हूँ मिलिंद कांबले जी को, जो डिक्की के चेयरमैन हैं, फाउंडिंग चेयरमैन हैं, पद्मा अवार्डी हैं और IIM जम्मू के अभी गवर्निंग काउंसिल के चेयरमैन हैं. मिलिंद कांबले जी.
थैंक यू वेरी मच. आज का जो ये पैनल है, उस पैनल के चेयर हमारे मित्र जफर इस्लाम जी, डिस्टिंग्विश पैनलिस्ट श्री हसमुख अड़िया जी, मिस्टर मंत्री, और जो कोऑर्डिनेट कर रहे हैं वो मेरे मित्र, और यहाँ सभागृह में उपस्थित सभी भाइयों और बहनों. जफर इस्लाम जी के साथ यह दूसरा मौका है डायस शेयर करने का. अभी सब्जेक्ट है डिलीवरिंग डेमोक्रेसी, तब सब्जेक्ट था सेलिब्रेटिंग फ्रीडम, सेलिब्रेटिंग डेमोक्रेसी, जो हम US में एक रुतगर यूनिवर्सिटी में हम साथ में थे. मैं इसी से शुरुआत करूंगा क्योंकि वेस्टर्न के लोगों को ज़्यादा समझाने की ज़रूरत है, पर्टिकुलरली जो हमारे इंटेलेक्चुअल्स है, जो एशियन स्टडीज़ नाम के हर यूनिवर्सिटी में जो सेंटर बने हुए हैं और वहाँ पे प्रोफेसर्स है, इंटेलेक्चुअल्स है, यहीं से पढ़ के जाते हैं, वहाँ पे थोड़ा चकाचौंध की दुनिया देख के बहुत अच्छा लगता है, मगर वो भूल जाते हैं कि वो डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज़ है। और फिर उनको जॉब भी असाइन किया जाता है कि इंडिया की जो चीज़ें हैं उसके ऊपर रिसर्च करिए, पेपर लिखिए। और सब लोग पेपर लिखते हैं, रिसर्च करते हैं, और आज तक हैं बहुत सारे अच्छे भी लोग हैं सब जगह पे, मगर सबसे ज़्यादा तो जो कमियां हैं वो दिखाना भी अच्छा है, उसके साथ में कुछ अच्छी चीज़ें भी दुनिया को समझाने की ज़रूरत है, मगर वो काम बहुत कम होता है। इसलिए माननीय विनय जी ICCR के अध्यक्ष हैं, अभी भी हैं, तो उस समय मैं भी उनके साथ बोर्ड पे था, तो यही जो यूनिवर्सिटी जो हैं जहाँ पे एशियन स्टडीज़ के सेंटर्स हैं और जो इंटेलेक्चुअल्स हैं उनके साथ कुछ इंटरेक्शन करें, कुछ अच्छा भी हो रहा है इंडिया में। तो इसी को लेके हम लोग बहुत सारे सेमिनार्स उस समय हमने किए। एग्जैक्टली द 4 years of 5 years 1.0 of a मोदी गवर्नमेंट जो अचीवमेंट्स है टू प्रेजेंट टू द वर्ल्ड। तो बहुत सारे जो लोग हैं जिसके साथ मैंने बहुत, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ तो बहुत क्लोजली हम लोग एज अ चेंबर, मेरा जो चेंबर है दलित इंडियन चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री, तो बहुत क्लोजली हम लोग काम कर ही रहे हैं। तो उनके भी कुछ चीज़ें मैं बताऊंगा, जो मेरे एक्सपीरियंसेस है वो शेयर करूंगा। और उसके साथ में जो चीज़ें हो गई है, माननीय अड़िया जी ने बहुत ही अच्छे इनसाइड स्टोरी उन्होंने कहा ही, जो और अभी वो जो टॉपिक भी है, तो उन्होंने बहुत सारी इनसाइड स्टोरी जो हमको दी है। तो वैसे हम तो डायरेक्ट एज ए चेंबर उनके साथ इंटरेक्शन किया 2015 से अभी 2021 तक, लगभग 32 टाइम्स जो है मैं मिला हूँ उनको, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को, और बहुत सारी चीज़ों पे टू एम्पावरमेंट ऑफ ए शेड्यूल कास्ट एंड शेड्यूल ट्राइब, जो डिप्राइव्ड सेक्शन ऑफ द सोसाइटी है, तो उनको कैसे आगे बढ़ाए उसके लिए जो हमारा चेंबर काम कर रहा है। तो फर्स्ट मीटिंग में ही उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि मिलिंद, आपका मिशन और मेरा मिशन जो है बिल्कुल वो मिलता है, क्योंकि मैं भी यही चाहता हूं कि जो हमारे जो गरीब समाज के जो लोग हैं, अनुसूचित जाति जनजाति के जो लोग हैं, वो इकोनॉमिकली एम्पावर हो, और आप भी उसी के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। तो आप ये समझ लीजिए कि आपका भाई कोई यहाँ पे बैठा हुआ है, आप कभी भी आ सकते हो। तो बस इसी को लेके हमने सरकार के साथ काम किया, और जो चीज़ें अभी जो हम देख रहे हैं, उसकी जो डिलीवरी है उसके साथ भी हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं, डिलीवरी के लिए भी हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। तो यह एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ है। मेरे जैसे एक पुणे से एक उद्यमी को डायरेक्ट प्राइम मिनिस्टर से इंटरेक्ट करने का और बहुत बार करने का, और जो पॉलिसी जो बनाने में हमने जो भी सजेशन दिए हैं वो उसकी जो पॉलिसी बनी हुई है, तो एक प्रकार का जो इकोसिस्टम जिसको हम कह सकते हैं टू सपोर्ट SC/ST एंटरप्रेन्योर्स आज देश में बना हुआ है। हालांकि मैं तो यह कहूंगा कि आज के तारीख में दिस इज द बेस्ट टाइम फॉर SC/ST यूथ टू गो फॉर स्टार्टअप्स। और यह 5 साल जब हम सरकार के साथ काम किए और जो पॉलिसी जो बनी हुई है और वो बनाने में भी हमारा इंटरवेंशन रहा है, इसलिए मुझे ऐसे लगता है। जैसे एक दूसरा एक जो ऑब्जर्वेशन ऐसा है कि जैसे 6-7 साल हो रहे हैं, 6 साल 7 साल, तो इस 7 साल में जो भी माननीय मोदी जी ने डिसीजंस लिए हैं एज अ हेड ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट, और जो काम हुआ है देश में, वो एक पैराडाइम शिफ्ट इस टाइप का काम है, ऐसे भी मेरा एक ऑब्जर्वेशन है। तो इसलिए है क्योंकि अड़िया जी वॉज जस्ट मूव्ड फ्रॉम DFS डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज एज ए सेक्रेटरी, तो उसके बाद में हम उस डिपार्टमेंट के साथ क्लोजली काम कर रहे हैं। तो एक स्टैंड अप इंडिया स्कीम का लॉन्चिंग था नोएडा के ग्राउंड में, और उस कार्यक्रम में मैं भी था वहाँ पे। तब वो सब कोऑर्डिनेट कर रहे थे वो प्रोग्राम को मिस्टर पंकज जैन, अभी एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी है डीएफएस में, जो कि ये मुद्रा और स्टैंड अप इंडिया, ये जो दो स्कीम है, उनको एंकर कर रहे थे। तो उन्होंने मुझे बताया कि मिलिंद 2-3 साल से बिल्कुल फाइनेंस डिपार्टमेंट जो है वो रोड पे है। तो मैं समझा नहीं इसका क्या मतलब है। तो मैंने, ऐसा है कि मोदी जी ने हमको काम पे लगाया है। नॉर्मली फाइनेंस डिपार्टमेंट दिल्ली में बैठ के ऑफिस में पॉलिसी बनाना, जो भी बजट बनाना और ये सब काम करता था। मगर जैसे अड़िया जी ने जो चीज़ें बताई तो मुझे रिकलेक्ट हो रहा था, जो पंकज जैन जी ने जो मुझे कहा कि देखिए जनधन है, मुद्रा है, ये सब के लिए पूरा फाइनेंस डिपार्टमेंट और देश का बैंकिंग सिस्टम बिल्कुल ढूंढ रहे थे आपका खाता खुल गया है क्या, आपका खाता खुल गया है क्या, अगर खुल नहीं गया है तो आ जाइए खाता खोल दीजिए। तो इस प्रकार का जो डिलीवरी सिस्टम जो रहा हुआ है, तो उसकी वजह से पंकज जैन जी ने मुझे कहा कि मिलिंद बिल्कुल हम लोग रोड पे थे और सही मायने में काम करने में मजा भी आ रहा है, क्योंकि अभी स्टैटिस्टिक तो हमको पता है कितने लोगों के जनधन में खाते खुले हैं इस देश में। तो हम कभी कभी मजाक में कहते थे कि बैंक का नाम नहीं लूंगा, स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया से लोन लेना आसान है मगर अकाउंट ओपन करना इतना डिफिकल्ट है। तो वो जो है डिफिकल्ट था, वो इतनी आसान चीजें अभी बन गई है। तो यह एक बहुत बड़ा पैराडाइम शिफ्ट है जो मुद्रा के तहत जो लोन दिए गए हैं, 29 करोड़ लोगों को इस देश में लोन दिए गए हैं, मोर देन 15 लाख करोड़ का लेंडिंग हुआ है। तो मुझे यह सवाल आता है, प्रोफेसर जगदीश यहाँ पे है, तो ऐसा आज तक कोई प्रोफेसर इंटेलेक्चुअल जो है एशियन स्टडीज में जो बैठा हुआ है, उसने ये स्टडी नहीं किया कि ये माइक्रो फाइनेंस में हमारे देश में इतना बड़ा काम हुआ है, उसके आउटकम क्या है, कैसे है। तो ये भी कभी कभी उनको करना चाहिए, ऐसे मुझे लगता है। तो यह एक देखिए, हमारे देश का जो बैंकिंग सिस्टम है, वह सिस्टम ये है कि विदाउट कोलैटरल फंडिंग ऐसे कभी नहीं था। इसलिए एक ब्रेन ड्रेन 1980 के बाद में बहुत सारे हमारे IITs, IIM के जो बच्चे हैं वो बाहर जाते थे, क्योंकि उनके पास आइडियाज है। वो आइडियाज लेके अगर बैंक के पास जाते हैं तो हमारी बैंकिंग सिस्टम ये कहती है कि भाई पहले आपके पास कोलैटरल क्या है ये बताइए, आइडिया मुझे बाद में बताइए। तो इस प्रकार का एक विदाउट कोलैटरल सपोर्ट हमारे देश में कोई बैंक का नहीं था। जो पहले बना वह मुद्रा के स्कीम में बना, जिसमें आज 29 करोड़ जो लोग हैं वह मुद्रा के बेनिफिशियरी बने हैं, जिसमें 22% यह अनुसूचित जाति जनजाति के बेनिफिशियरी है। यह बहुत बड़ा नंबर है, 29 करोड़ में 22 करोड़, यानी कि जिसको हम बॉटम ऑफ द पिरामिड जिसको हम कहते हैं, उस लोगों का सोशल एंड फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन क्या होता है, ये सही मायने में अगर हम मुद्रा स्कीम की तरफ अगर देखेंगे तो हमारे ध्यान में आएगा। तो इसके ऊपर भी कुछ रिसर्च और स्टडी होने की जरूरत है, इसलिए मुझे मैंने ये बात कही। तो यह मुद्रा स्कीम है, इससे लेके फिर आगे बहुत सारी स्कीम बढ़ेगी, मगर पर्टिकुलरली ये सब जो स्कीम है, जो उसके इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में हम हैं, ये सरकार की स्कीम बनी हुई है और हम उसको इम्प्लीमेंटेशन पूरे देश में हर राज्य में करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लोगों तक पहुंचाने की। तो दूसरा एक यह जो कोई भी एंटरप्रेन्योर है उसको स्टार्टअप के लिए जो फर्स्ट हर्डल होता है वह होता है कैपिटल, और वही कैपिटल जो है, जो मंत्री जी वेंचर कैपिटल है, वो ग्रोथ कैपिटल में आता है। मगर ये जो अर्ली स्टेज फंडिंग का जो इश्यू हमारे देश में जो था टू स्टार्टअप के लिए, वह मुद्रा के थ्रू 50,000 से 10 लाख तक का लोन इजी। इसका लोगों ने कहा भी 10 लाख से 50,000, एवरेज लेंडिंग 45,000 रुपीज है। तो इससे क्या होगा? इससे बहुत कुछ होगा। तो एक दिन मेरे ऑफिस में मैं था तो फोन आया मेरी वाइफ का, तो उसने कहा कि कहाँ पे हो? तो मैंने कहा कि मैं ऑफिस में हूँ। अच्छा ऑफिस में हो तो फिर घर कब आ रहे हो, तो 7 साढ़े 7 बजे आ जाऊंगा, काम खत्म हो गया है। तो वाइफ ने कहा कि आते आते सब्जी लेके आना। तो आप कुछ भी हो, आप एंटरप्रेन्योर हो, कुछ भी हो, बिजनेसमैन, मगर वाइफ की जो ऑर्डर है तो हम सबको उसका तो पालन करना ही पड़ता है। तो देखिए मेरा वास्तविक अनुभव मैं आपके साथ शेयर कर रहा हूँ। तो बोले ठीक है मैं आऊँगा। तो मुझे ऐसे लगा कि चलो मुझे एक वेजिटेबल वेंडर जो है, जो हमारे संतोष वेजिटेबल, तो उसके साथ इंटरेक्शन करने का मुझे मौका मिलेगा। और मैंने संतोष से बात की कि क्या संतोष कैसे चल रहा है तेरा बिजनेस, चल ये सब्जी की ऑर्डर मैडम से तो आई होगी तुझे व्हाट्सएप के ऊपर। बोला हाँ मैडम की आ गई है, बस मुझे तो बस लेके जाना है। तो उससे मैंने इंटरेक्शन किया कि मैंने बोला कि तू डेली परचेस तेरा कितने का होता है, तो एक 10-1 हजार का मेरा डेली का परचेस होता है, बाकी सेल होता है, ठीक से प्रॉफिट है। मगर तू मार्केट से पैसे कैसे लेता था, क्या तुझे बैंक में अकाउंट ओपन हो गया, क्या तुझे कुछ बैंक का लोन मिला, ये क्या हुआ? तो बोला कि देखो मेरा तो जनधन में अकाउंट ओपन हो गया है, और वो बैंक मैनेजर यहाँ से जाते रहते हैं, तो उन्होंने हमको 30,000 का लोन मुद्रा में दे दिया, यानी कि वो 45,000 से भी कम है 30,000 का। और अभी इसका बेनिफिट उसको ये हुआ कि ये जो छोटे जो उद्यमी हैं, वेंडर्स, जो स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स जिसको हम कह सकते हैं, यह मार्केट से जब जो मनी लेंडर्स है उनके पास से बहुत बड़े मोटे ब्याज से ये पैसा लेके जाते थे, मार्केट में लेके आते थे, इवनिंग को उसको वापस करते थे, और वो सर्टेन परसेंटेज वो कट करके ही वो पैसा देता था। तो यह जो एक यहाँ पाशा भाई बैठे हैं, उसका इकोनॉमिक्स को समझाएंगे कैसे मनी लेंडर्स लूट करते हैं। तो यह जो है उससे उसका छुटकारा, साहूकार से छुटकारा जो है, ये छोटे उद्यमी जिसको स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स जो हम कहते हैं, उसको हम लोग नैनो एंटरप्रेन्योर्स कहते हैं। कुछ भी चीज नैनो से ही बड़ी होती है। तो ये जो नैनो एंटरप्रेन्योर्स है, तो उसका छुटकारा वो साहूकार से उसका हुआ और उसको उसके मदद मिली। तो उसने और सारी चीजें बताई, तो कैसे सब्जी बेचता है, तो बोला आजकल तो सब मैडम बिल्डिंग और मैं व्हाट्सएप के ऊपर ही उनको बिल भेजता हूँ। फिर वो भीम ऐप तो आया नहीं था, मगर तब की बात है। तो फिर वो बोला कि मेरे पास अभी लड़के नहीं मिल रहे हैं मुझे। एक नैनो एंटरप्रेन्योर बोल रहा है मुझे लड़के नहीं मिल रहे काम करने के। तो ये जो चीज है मेरे लिए बहुत ही, तुझे लड़के कैसे नहीं मिल रहे हैं तुझे काम करने के लिए? तो नहीं, जो डिलीवरी करने वाले जो लड़के हैं वो अच्छे लड़के नहीं मिल रहे, क्योंकि 2 लड़के आए थे, उन्होंने पैसा कलेक्ट किया और वो भाग गए। तो अभी वो भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, क्योंकि अभी भीम ऐप ओपन हुआ है, तो भीम ऐप के माध्यम से अभी मैडम डायरेक्ट पैसे हमको ट्रांसफर करती है। तो इस प्रकार की जो डिलीवरी जो है, जो मुद्रा है, जनधन है या डिजिटल, एक छोटे इस नैनो एंटरप्रेन्योर ने मुझे उससे सब्जी कलेक्ट करने के लिए जाना था, तो ये समझाया। तो यह एग्जैक्टली जो ग्राउंड पे जो चीजें आई है, तो उसका एक एग्जाम्पल जो है मुझे लगता है वो मैंने आपके साथ शेयर किया। मगर सिमिलर मुद्रा के माध्यम से तो हुआ स्टैंड अप इंडिया, यह एक बड़ी स्कीम बनी। डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर जी के 125वें जयंती वर्ष पर ईच बैंक, ईच ब्रांच शुड सपोर्ट 1 शेड्यूल कास्ट, इस प्रकार का एक सजेशन था मेरा। तो उसी को लेके स्टैंड अप इंडिया स्कीम माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अनाउंस की, और उसके साथ में एक महिला को भी जोड़ा। तो अभी हमारे देश के जो 1.25 लाख बैंक ब्रांचेस जो हैं, अभी तब तो 27 बैंक के ब्रांचेस थे, बैंक्स थी डिफरेंट, और उनके जो ब्रांचेस है लगभग 1.25 लाख थे। तो वह आइडिया इसी आ गई कि डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर जी का 125वां जयंती वर्ष था, और उसकी पहली मीटिंग माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के घर पर ही थी। मैं उस कमेटी का एक मेंबर था। तो उस मीटिंग में मैंने वही जो बात समझाई, ओके ओके तो मैंने वही बात समझाई। देखिए, डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर जी का जयंती वर्ष है 125वां, तो हर सरकार का एक मनाने का तरीका होता है। सेंचुरी पोस्ट का, डाक का टिकट निकालेंगे, क्वाइन निकालेंगे, कुछ प्रोग्राम करेंगे। मगर मैंने ये कहा कि इसको हम इकोनॉमिक एम्पावरमेंट ईयर इस प्रकार हम सेलिब्रेट करते हैं। तो बस मेरा एक छोटा सा सुझाव है, अगर हमारे देश के ईच बैंक, ईच ब्रांच एक आदमी को अगर सपोर्ट किया तो लगभग 1.25 लाख लोगों को सपोर्ट मिलेगा। तो थोड़ा इसको माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सुना और बोले कि और थोड़ा तफसील से बताइए, तो मैंने तफसील से इसको बताया। जैसे बहुत पेशेंटली उन्होंने सुना। मैं तो मेरी फर्स्ट मीटिंग थी, उसमें उन्होंने बहुत पेशेंटली सुना और उन्होंने उसकी एक स्टैंड अप इंडिया यह योजना बनी। बस उसकी भी डिलीवरी बहुत अच्छी हो रही है। उसका एक एग्जाम्पल जो है सरकार का जो है, मैं एक मिनट 5 मिनट में बोलूँगा। वो एग्जाम्पल ये है कि उसके साथ हमने स्टैंड अप इंडिया को लेके बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं। हमारा पूरा देश भर का जो नेटवर्क है, लगभग 10,000 एंटरप्रेन्योर्स का हमारे चेंबर का एज अ डिक्की, जिसमें एक बल्क एलपीजी टैंकर का एक एग्जाम्पल मुझे आपको देना चाहिए, जो इट्स अ सक्सेस स्टोरी ऑफ अ स्टैंड अप इंडिया। जो पेट्रोलियम मंत्रालय है, पेट्रोलियम मंत्रालय में तो 3 कंपनियां हैं उनकी, HPCL, BPCL और IOCL, और इनका एक लॉजिस्टिक का बहुत बड़ा बिजनेस है। 2-3 प्रकार के लॉजिस्टिक होते हैं। एक तो बल्क एलपीजी ट्रांसपोर्टेशन होता है, जो सोर्स से लेके बॉटलिंग प्लांट तक, वह एक ट्रांसपोर्ट होता है, बल्क एलपीजी ट्रांसपोर्टेशन। दूसरा ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, सिलेंडर ट्रांसपोर्टेशन बाय लॉरी, और तीसरा डीजल एंड पेट्रोल ट्रांसपोर्टेशन बाय टैंकर्स। तो ये बहुत बड़ा लॉजिस्टिक बिजनेस ये तीनों कंपनी के पास है। तो अभी हुआ ये कि प्रधान जी, उसके मंत्री थे माननीय धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी, 16-17 की यह बात है, और स्टैंड अप इंडिया भी लॉन्च 2016 में हो गई थी। तो ये तीनों कंपनियों ने मिलके एक टेंडर निकाला बल्क एलपीजी का, जो 24,000 टैंकर ट्रक्स की रिक्वायरमेंट उन्होंने निकाली। वो रिक्वायरमेंट इसलिए बढ़ी बल्क एलपीजी लॉजिस्टिक की, ड्यू टू उज्ज्वला स्कीम, क्योंकि उज्ज्वला के जो 8 करोड़ जब तक ये हो गए थे कंज्यूमर्स, तो उसकी वजह से ये तीनों कंपनियों का जो बिजनेस है ईयर ऑन ईयर 10 to 15% इंक्रीज होता चला गया। इसलिए इन्होंने एक साथ इसकी ये निकाली। तो हमने प्रधान जी को मिलके, देखिए 22.5% रिजर्वेशन तो पेट्रोल पंप अलोकेशन में है और सभी इसमें है, तो लॉजिस्टिक में भी था। तो कभी 1 से 2% के ऊपर यह रिजर्वेशन भरता नहीं था, मगर उसके ऊपर हमने ये तय किया कि इसको हमको भरना है, रिजर्वेशन पूरा करने की कोशिश करना है। और प्रधान जी से मिलके जब हमने उनसे कहा कि देखिए आपके जो टेंडर्स डिजाइन होते हैं, तो वो तो बहुत सारे एक्टर्स प्ले करते हैं वो टेंडर डिजाइन करने में कि कैसे लोगों को न मिले, तो उसमें कुछ अड़चने हैं, ये चीजें हैं, तो इसको हटा देना चाहिए। तो ही एक्सेप्टेड बहुत डिस्कशन के बाद, और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की जो फ्लैगशिप स्कीम है उसको इसको अटैच हमको करना चाहिए। तो उन्होंने वो भी एक्सेप्ट किया, और फिर रीच आउट का प्रोग्राम हो गए, और लगभग इसमें 3,121 बल्क एलपीजी टैंकर जो है वह SC/ST बच्चों को मिले, और जो रिजर्वेशन है वह 2% भरता था, वह 16% रिजर्वेशन भरा। अभी नेक्स्ट इसमें वो भर जाएगा। दिस इज एक्चुअल डिलीवरी जो है, बेनिफिट्स जो है यह लोगों को जो मिल रहे हैं। क्या कंटिन्यू कर सकते हैं? अगला सेशन, ओके। तो बहुत सारी चीजें हैं। आसीम नाम की एक बहुत इनोवेटिव स्कीम बनी हुई है, जिसका जस्ट मैं 1 मिनट में बताऊंगा। अंबेडकर सोशल इनोवेशन एंड इंक्यूबेशन मिशन। तो इसके माध्यम से 1,000 SC/ST के टेक स्टार्टअप शुरू करना है। तो ऑल TBIs आर ऑन बोर्डेड। तो इस प्रकार के इतने सारे इनोवेटिव स्टैंड अप इंडिया, वेंचर कैपिटल फंड, for SC/ST. This is the ASIM scheme and 4% procurement from SC/ST entrepreneurs. तो ये सब चीजें और उसके लिए डैशबोर्ड बना हुआ है, तो यह सब चीजें पब्लिक डोमेन में है और ये बहुत बड़ा काम हुआ है और आगे होते रहेगा। इसलिए ये पैराडाइम शिफ्ट काम माननीय मोदी जी का हुआ है और इसलिए SC/ST युवाओं के लिए मेरा ये कहना है कि दिस इज द राइट टाइम टू गो फॉर स्टार्टअप।
Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful presentation, and other things will also come during question answer session. So we have shortage of time, so we will take only 3 questions. So anyone can start with the permission of chair. Sir.
I think you can put up your hand.
Reflection. Even you have any comment, query, or question, so you can raise your hand, and with permission of chair, I will allow. किसी को भी कोई सवाल हो, अपनी बात कहनी हो, तो हमारे पास 5-7 मिनट हैं। जी जी, नीलेश जी।
Quick question for Hasmukh ji. Was the Chintan Shivir idea explored in the central government as well?
Yes, it has been done in a small way. For example, the meeting of Director Generals of Police, which used to happen once in a year in Delhi. So that is shifted to a different venue. It was extended to more than one day. So that they all, so one of such meeting was organized in the venue of Statue of Unity. Similarly, there used to be meeting of Indian ambassadors in some other countries, and that used to happen for 2 days, 3 days in Delhi. So that also is shifted it out of Delhi and to different states. So they all see different states also. So it has been implemented, yes.
Yeah, please, Jagannathan ji.
The size of the what you call Dalit businesses that have come, and also the size of the Dalit economy if you take as a whole. They are of course lot from the poor, but if you see if you take that they are about 15%, 16% of the population. What is the size of that emerging new consuming class?
अभी अगर हम देखेंगे, देखिए, the population of MSME in the country is 6.5 करोड़, वो तो पब्लिक डोमेन में है, मगर उसका सेंसस भी होता है और उसमें देर आर 14% SC/ST SME पॉपुलेशन, तो लगभग 1 करोड़ के आसपास यह पॉपुलेशन हो जाता है। अगर आप मुद्रा के माध्यम से जो जिनको लोन मिला है और जिन्होंने बिजनेस शुरू किए हैं वह लगभग 4 करोड़ के आसपास हो जाता है। और स्टैंड अप इंडिया ये सब चीजें जो है तो लगभग देश में 5 करोड़ अनुसूचित जाति जनजाति के जो है वो उद्यमी है, और ये सभी जो है इसमें मेजॉरिटी जो क्वांटम जंप जो है यह 2015 के बाद में बना हुआ है, क्योंकि जो इकोसिस्टम जो गवर्नमेंट ने बनाई है उसकी वजह से ये हुआ है। एक्चुअल जो इकोनॉमी जो आप बता रहे हैं लगभग आई एम नॉट श्योर, मगर आई विल टेल यू लेटर ऑन।
लास्ट क्वेश्चन जी। या
I have a question for Mr. Kamble. So this logistic initiative is absolutely amazing, and is there any research or any scheme for SC/ST women that they can benefit, because they are absolutely entrepreneurial? We have seen it, though their enterprises are small. All the urban vendors, most of the small vendors in urban are women, and they are doing from selling bananas to whatever on the roads, and bhel and panipuris also. So I just want to know for women what are the schemes, and how do you expect in next few years, is there any plan for Dalit women?
तो देखिए मैडम, वुमन में भी वी हैव अ डिक्की वुमन विंग, और उसमें लगभग 5000 वुमन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स फ्रॉम शेड्यूल कास्ट एंड शेड्यूल ट्राइब आर द मेंबर ऑफ आवर चेंबर, एंड दे आर डूइंग वंडरफुल। कल्पना सरोज एक नाम है, मगर और बहुत सारी ऐसी महिलाएं हैं, दे आर द सप्लायर्स ऑफ टाटा मोटर्स एंड ऑल दैट। ये भी हो रहा है, और गवर्नमेंट के जो स्कीम्स है उसमें जो प्रोक्योरमेंट पॉलिसी जो हमारे देश की है, जिसमें 20% हमारे इंडियन एसएमई से प्रोक्योर करने का जो पॉलिसी बना था, तो उसमें 4% फ्रॉम SC/ST, यह एक हमारा इंटरवेंशन था, तो एक एश्योर्ड मार्केट वो क्रिएट हुआ। फिर उसके बाद में रिसेंट 2018 में एक पॉलिसी बनी है, भारत सरकार ने बनाई है, जो भी हमारे CPSUs है, वो जो भी मार्केट से प्रोक्योर कर रहे हैं उसमें 3% प्रोक्योरमेंट शुड बी वुमन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, ये है। और हमने दिल्ली में और हैदराबाद, पर्टिकुलरली मैं दिल्ली में बताता हूं, दिल्ली जल बोर्ड के साथ काम करते हुए हमने सफाई कर्मचारियों को यानी कि लगभग 70 वुमन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स जो है स्टैंड अप इंडिया के माध्यम से उनको सपोर्ट करके एज अ कॉन्ट्रैक्टर बनाया है। तो ऐसे बहुत सारे सक्सेस स्टोरीज हमने वी हैव क्रिएटेड एंड देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ सपोर्ट सिस्टम बाय द गवर्नमेंट।
Thank you very much, sir, for your response. Now I would like to request our chair, Jafar Islam ji, to deliver his address, chair address. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure some of you must be disappointed today because we were expecting our senior colleague Devendra Fadnavis ji, who was supposed to be chairing this session. But I got this opportunity to speak because he had some other work and he had to leave for some urgent work of the party. But I must thank the organizer for having given me this opportunity to summarize and chair this session where very esteemed panelists have spoken about the subject, and we are today discussing about the art of implementation of policies of the Government of India under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister. We have heard Adya ji, and everyone knows that when you talk about bureaucracy, there is somebody, and people, if people talk about, so there is, if you have to choose one name who has really worked very closely with the Honorable Prime Minister, it is him. And it is Adya ji who has worked very closely, and he would know insider story which he has shared with us. And also we were fortunate today, and all the people who are attending today, the first session where the Honorable Home Minister has spoken, he was also, everyone knows that works very closely with the Honorable Prime Minister. So we are fortunate that we know exactly the insider story of the Honorable Prime Minister and some of the traits which he has spoken. The Adya ji, in this session, and of course the Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Home Minister in the earlier session, but I will restrict to this session where Adya ji has clearly emphasized the traits which the Honorable Prime Minister has. He is a visionary, everyone knows. He is the one, I mean, I personally feel and also advocate and keep talking about it, that we are fortunate, all of us, not me, and all of us are fortunate that we have born and living when he is at the helm. He is the one who is spearheading the country, and he is the one who is taking the policy decision, and he is the one who is actually putting India in the global map as somebody who had a vision, and now he has the opportunity to spearhead the entire vision what he had. And all of us, many of us, I'm sure all of us maybe not be there, but many of us have had the opportunity to interact with him. And as Adya ji was talking about, and earlier the Honorable Home Minister had spoken about him, it may have been revalidated, whatever he has spoken. When Adya ji was speaking, I could sense that whatever he has spoken, maybe all of us must have experienced, or some of us who have had the opportunity to speak to him or interact with him. So when he said he has the listening ability, I will share one simple story. As a Karyakarta who gets the opportunity to meet the Prime Minister, and when I first got the opportunity to meet him, and in 2014 or 15, I would say, prior to that I had met him after becoming the Prime Minister. When first time I met him, obviously I was anxious how many minutes I will get, because I could see the faces, the people were going inside his office and then coming out smiling, but within 30 seconds, I don't know what they discussed, but they were inspired for sure. So I was very anxious, so I went to his secretary or OSD and asked how many minutes I have, because I was asked to present something. The Gati Shakti which has actually taken shape, that is the initial discussion which he wanted me to present a paper on that. So he said 8 minutes. You have 8 minutes, don't worry, not 30 seconds, you have 8 minutes. So 8 minutes, and I had a presentation, so I thought, okay, I was just thinking how to present in 8 minutes. But finally I went inside, nervous, and obviously thinking how to speak, but he made me comfortable. I must compliment him that he made me comfortable, and I started speaking. 8 minutes had passed, secretary came, he said, wait. Almost 44 minutes he gave me that day for going, without interrupting. So entire presentation I had walked him through, and that what he said, Adiaji said that he has the ability to listen to people. He didn't interrupt me, but he did ask question in the end, and of course refer to the then principal secretary to Prime Minister who was there, and after that we had a lot of conversation because he had the ability to listen to people. That is something which has been revalidated by an ordinary Karyakarta like me who had this kind of experience. He was a bureaucrat, he was somebody who was to deliver something for him. But his experience cannot be matched with my experience because I was an ordinary Karyakarta. But yes, it did happen, I did experience the same thing. Great learner, what he said, Adiaji of course is a great learner, and many other qualities he had. But since paucity of time, but I will tell you that since we are talking about the delivering in democracy and what should be the governance model, what he has envisaged, and all along if you see, if I have to just summarize in 2 words, and what he said he has delivered in the last 7.5 years, and prior to that as a chief minister, that his policy, that I would say that 2 basic policies he have followed in to deliver all the welfare scheme he had initiated in Gujarat as well as in the, when he became the Prime Minister, that all policies should be implemented effectively and with fairness. And that is something he has followed. So all you see, fairness, when I say fairness in a democracy means the poor should be empowered. And his policy always prioritized poor. Every policy you pick and see who has been the beneficiary. It is the poor. It is the marginalized section of the society who has been empowered by all the policy initiative which has been taken by the Prime Minister and should be effective. Everybody should do it. That's why direct benefit transfer, unlike in the past with the Honorable former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Fadnavis ji had mentioned in the morning that for every rupee, 15 paisa used to reach to the beneficiary. But every rupee what is being spent by the government, no, it reaches to the common man or the beneficiary who has been targeted by the policies, a policy achieved by the government. So, in a nutshell, because I know there are only 4 or 5 minutes, we have to speak 5 o'clock, there is another session, but I would say that the Honorable Prime Minister has delivered something which was unprecedented. People were not expecting that a Prime Minister will be able to deliver in 7 years, so many policy initiative has taken. Somebody was talking about economy. One of the panelists was talking about Rajiv ji. Even if you see an economy, see the kind of a structural reforms he has undertaken. Nobody could have that kind of a vision, and of course the political which he has demonstrated. So I think we all are the beneficiaries. We are all fortunate that we have born and living, and especially when I address the students, whenever I get the opportunity to address the students, I motivate them and I encourage them and I tell them, well, we are all the beneficiaries, but tomorrow is the day for Indians and Indian youths. So I think I will just conclude by saying that all this Chintan Shivir and all the initiative like Krishi Mahotsav and Resurgent Gujarat and other Karam Yogi initiative, all the initiative which has been undertaken by the Prime Minister has also been replicated in the center in last 7.5 years. The result is for everyone to see. Today, when the Home Minister says that in global platform, India is seen very differently than the way it has been seen in the past. And all of us have experienced when we go abroad, we see that how we are being treated. Recently, I went to Dubai for Dubai Expo, and I was with the minister or ruler or the Sultan of Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and he was talking about the Prime Minister. He said, you know why I love your Prime Minister? I said, why? I mean, we know why we love, but why do you love him? So he said, he's an honest man. So see, one of the traits he has, that his honesty is being acknowledged by the global leaders at the global platform, that he is an honest man. His vision is for the country, for the poor of the poorer section of the society, and empowering everyone. And that is the policy initiative of the Government of India under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, that India needs to be empowered, and especially the marginalized section of the society should be empowered, and that is what he has undertaken in last 7.5 years as the Prime Minister, and prior to that as the Chief Minister, and that is something which all of us experience and will continue to experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this brief chair remarks, sir. So we will definitely come up with some formula framework in coming days after this seminar for this art of implementation. Chai and pakoras are waiting for you outside, and we will meet after 30 minutes under the same roof. Thank you.
For fellow, I am inviting श्रीकांत बड़वे जी जो हमारे न्यासी है रामभाव मालगी प्रबोधिनी के, वो कृपया मंच पर आए और संजीव सन्याल जी का वो स्वागत करें। I'm requesting Sanjeev San. We have a Dr. Sandeep Sancheti, who is currently Vice Chancellor, Provost at Marwadi University, Rajkot, and also the past President of Association of Indian University. He is an institutional builder, as I know him in personal capacity, that he has builded all togetherly 9 NITs and the institutions of the technology. He was a director in charge of NIT Trichy, NIT Calicut, SPA Delhi, and he has also served as the mentor director of newly established NIT Goa, NIT Puducherry, NIT Sikkim, a very august personality among us. I am requesting Sanjeev Sanyalji to felicitate him by offering him a token of our gratitude. सामने देखना है सर. We have Kikonji among us, a young politician, a poet, social worker, and a member of Bharatiya Janata Party. He is a currently second-term member of Nagaland Legislative Assembly from 40th Bhandari constituency. Kikon has also published his 2 books since 2018. So all these gathering, they have published their work. So this is a literal gathering. I am saying that you all people are author and contributor. I am requesting Sanjeev Sanyalji to flowerly welcome him. Lastly, we are having Manish Sabarwala among us, the Executive Vice Chairman of Teamless Services, one of the India's leading staffing and human capital firm. Manish Sabarwalji is a member of the National Skill Mission Central Advisory Board of Education and has served on various policy formulation committees on education, employment and employability. I am requesting Sanjeev Sanyalji once again to flowerly welcome him. A pose for photo, sir. Yeah. We have 4 wonderful speakers for and the format of the today's session is that firstly, Sandeep Sancheti is going to lay down the foundation for today's session. He is going to be a keynote paper presenter for the session, which will be followed by 2 thematic presenters. One is Kikonji and second is Manish Sabarwalji. Then we will have 10 minutes for question and answer session. And finally, we will have words from the chair, Sanjeev Sanyalji. So I am handing over session to Sir you.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here to chair this session. I am the owner of the all-important bell. So I'm going to, in the following order, ask Professor Sancheti. He has 25 minutes to present a paper, and then about 15 minutes each from Mr. Kikon and Mr. Sabarwal. Obviously the topic is of great importance, both education and skill development, not the least because our economy is beginning to recover quite strongly, and already very early on in the cycle we are beginning to find shortages, at least in the IT sector, already popping up. But my sense is that as we gather pace, this may turn out to be quite an issue. Many people thought that somehow we should not bother about the supply side of the economy because revival is all about building back demand. But the key thing that has come through in this revival globally, not just India, but perhaps even more true in other countries, is the fact that the supply side is really straining. So as you already have shortages of chips, you already have shortage of containers, there is energy shortages, there in fact turns out to be skill shortages of another kind in Europe of truck drivers, turns out to be. Specialized truck drivers who do those huge trucks. But the point I'm making to you is, People very often underestimate this issue because they think of it as some sort of a steady state around which the economy goes around and back and forth. But in fact, what happens is that these revivals lead you into new territory. The post-COVID world is not a revival of the pre-COVID world. It will need its own ecosystem of skills, education, and so on. And so, awkwardly, you can end up with a situation where you have maybe shortages of even medium-level skilled jobs and so on, while there may still be people who are looking for jobs. So both, people still looking for jobs and lots of shortages at the same time. Or you may have, entire sectors getting jammed because there's a critical little bit where there's a shortage, like happened in the manufacturing sector with chips. You can build the whole car, but that one little chip is stopping the whole thing. So this is something that we need to think about quite seriously as we go through this. But before I hand it over to Professor Sancheti, and I'm sure he'll discuss this, this needs to be done in the context where the act of creating education or skills may itself have transformed itself. For example, we all now live in a world where, I think at least, large parts of education are actually now have zero marginal cost. Why should we all need to go to lectures and listen to your lecture of your college droning on, when the world's best lecturer in that subject can give one great lecture or a series of great lectures and put it on YouTube? Now, this is at one stage a real crisis for how education is set up today. But for the students and for those imbibing education, this is enormously liberating. There's, of course, other issues that will then emerge, new things. What do you do with socializing, for example, of students? There'll be issues about what do you do with practicals when you don't have lectures, and so on. And what to do with old university campuses. I don't know the answers to these questions, but this is an issue. The other issue is perhaps even more complicated because it has no answer. How do you ex ante train people for jobs you do not know what will exist in the future? Because as these new jobs emerge, we'll all say, oh, we must all go and skill these people. But skill them for what? So these are the kinds of complex questions I'm sure we will hear some interesting answers to. So with no further ado, Professor Sancheti.
Very respected Shri Sahasrabudhe Sahab, Shri Churasma Sahab, the ex-minister of the higher education in state of Gujarat, where I come from, the chair for the session, Shri Sanjeev Sanyal ji, Manish Sabharwal Sahab, Shri Kikhon ji, Jadhav Sahab, everyone present here in the session, all the academicians, a very good evening to all of you. Namaskar, Shubh Sandhya. आज मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि मुझे यहाँ पे आमंत्रित किया गया है, और खुशी इसलिए है कि मुझे बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिल रहा है जो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री के माध्यम से यहाँ पर देश में हो रहा है. अभी तक हमको बहुत दूरी से देखते आए हैं, समझते आए हैं, पसंद करते आए हैं, पर आज कुछ और अच्छे से जानने का मौका मिला है, इसलिए मुझे बहुत खुशी, और इसी बहाने कुछ शेयर करने का भी मौका मिल रहा है. दिस सेशन ऑब्वियसली इज about the social sector, about the education and the skills. I come from the higher education, but I will not share much on the skills because I saw on the panel Sabharwal Sahab there, probably he is the who is who of skilling, but I'll give an odd comment because Sanyal Sahab probably provoked something of that particular nature. So I'll give you some answer for that. And I must also admit here that Sanyal Sahab was kind to give me 25 minutes. I wish it can be 25 minutes. The paper says 15, so I'll try to finish, but if I have a small overrun, please allow me that if it's possible. So friends, I'm also equally happy because I come from a land called Gujarat, and within that a place called Rajkot. And why I'm mentioning that emphatically here is because this is the birthplace of Prime Minister PM Modi as politician or as the Chief Minister of the state. This is where he won his first election. Everyone was mentioning since morning that before becoming CM he had not fought any election, but his first election was there. And by the way, Rajkot today happens to be world's 7th fastest growing city. I'm in awe. When I went there, I was not sure which city I'm going to because I joined there only 6 months back. After leading some of the top private and government institutions of the country, I took plunge in developing something new and something different, and I'm very happy that I'm in Rajkot. We are also talking about, during this session, about the Sushashan of Prime Minister Modi ji for 20 years, many years in Gujarat, and of course last 7.5 years in for the country. So गुजरात का मॉडल कहें चाहे हम नए भारत का मॉडल कहें, सारे मॉडल्स की आज बात हुई है और कई जानकारी हमें मिली है और ये शायद अगर हमारे जहन में चली जाए, हमें समझ में आ जाए तो हम भी कुछ अच्छे ऐसे कार्य कर सकेंगे। सुबह से जो भी मैंने सुना है एब्जॉर्ब करने की कोशिश करी है, पर उतनी कैपेसिटी नहीं है। मेरे ख्याल से जितने एडजेक्टिव्स अच्छे हो सकते थे एक पॉलिटिशियन के लिए या एबल एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर के लिए, वो सारे नरेंद्र मोदी जी के लिए एप्लीकेबल हैं और होंगे। और ऐसे ही सोच आप लोगों ने कई चीज़ें बताई है, हर एक ने जिसने भी बातचीत करी है यहाँ पे इस स्टेज पे कुछ ना कुछ बताया है। मैं भी बताना चाहूँगा कि उनकी डिसीजन मेकिंग मेरी ओपिनियन में, एंड आई एम अ लेमैन, आई हैव नो कनेक्शन एंड अनफॉर्चुनेटली I've of course met him, but I've never had one-to-one interaction with him like many others. But I would still say I will know him and I will praise him or I love him for what we call bold decision making, very clear vision, deeper understanding of all major aspects of life, whether it's religion or whether it's politics or science and technology. And particularly, I am in awe of him when he speaks about education. I think he'll beat all of us. I worked on some of the important policies of the government, but when he launched them on 29th of July this year, after completion of 1 year of the NEP, I was amazed to see the kind of details he was trying to give, the insight he was trying to give. So his understanding of all the aspects, selflessness, I think is the most important and talked about his family, about his background and connection, all that. Workaholic nature, I think we know that he works past midnight and 6-hour sessions and all that. Leading by an example is another thing where he does. Team working, lots of examples came in last 2 sessions. Friendly approach was said by Adhiya Saab that he was very friendly, and especially with the new generation, as many of you quoted that you had chance to meet him and share your ideas. And then of course, oratorship. I still remember when he spoke first time from the Lal Killa when after his election in 2014, I think that was unbelievable. The facts he quoted, the continuity he maintained in his speech and the details he gave and the message he gave, I think was something unbelievable. And of course, over the period today, I've learned that scaling of operations and all that are equally important. So I would say that he's someone, an iconic, India is blessed to have a leader like that, and we are all here to learn from those experiences once again or recapture them. It's basically sharing of best practices, sharing of new knowledge, something like that you can say. Why we are talking about education right now is because education is one pill for all ills. That is what I believe, and I make a statement on that. सभी समस्याओं की एक समाधान है, या आप कह सकते हैं कि हर मर्ज की एक दवा है। अगर आप SDG देखें, 17 SDG हैं, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स हैं हमारे पास, उसमें से मैंने एक बार स्टडी करने की कोशिश करी थी। चौथा नंबर जो SDG है वो तो एजुकेशन का ही है, क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन। बट अगर हम इनडायरेक्टली देखें तो करीब 10 से 11 SDG ऐसे हैं जिनका डायरेक्ट कनेक्शन उससे है, चाहे वो पॉवर्टी है, चाहे वो हंगर है, चाहे हेल्थ है। आप समझ सकते हैं कि कोविड को डील करने में अगर कोई एजुकेटेड आदमी है या बंदा है तो उसकी डीलिंग कैसे होगी, उसको ट्रीट करना कितना आसान होगा, समझाना आसान होगा। तो कई चीज़ों में आप देखेंगे एजुकेशन इज़ वन पिल फॉर ऑल एल्स। एंड ऑफ कोर्स यू कैन पॉसिबली से दैट ये पहली स्किल कह सकते हैं जिसकी हम बात करने वाले हैं। और सानियल साहब ने कहा है कि स्किल के बारे में कौन से स्किल होने चाहिए या कौन से स्किल, मेरा एक स्किल में एक कहना है जो मैं कई बार कह चुका हूँ कई मंचों पे, कि स्किल का हमारे सोसाइटी में अभी रिस्पेक्ट बहुत कम है। समहाउ कोई भी पेरेंट, कोई भी नेबरहुड, कोई भी पीयर ग्रुप, जब आप कहते हैं मैं ये सीख रहा हूँ, ऐसा कर रहा हूँ और प्रोफेशनल डिग्री नहीं कर रहा हूँ, तो थोड़ा सा आपको नीचे की तरह देखते हैं। पर उसका एक उदाहरण दूंगा। करीब 93 में आई वॉज इन UK डूइंग माई PhD। एक TV प्रोग्राम में देखते हुए मैंने देखा कि एक लड़की कोई प्रोग्राम जीती थी जो 12th ग्रेडर थी शायद, और ऑर्डिनरी लुकिंग गर्ल होगी जो जीती थी। उससे पूछा गया है कि आपका एम्बिशन क्या है, उस लड़की से उस स्टेज पे पूछा गया जो हमने टीवी पे देखा। उस समय उस लड़की ने ये जवाब दिया कि मैं हैवी ड्यूटी ट्रक ड्राइवर बनना चाहती हूँ। ये जवाब था उस लड़की का 1993 के अंदर। ऐसा अगर हमारे समाज में हो जाए या हमारी सोसाइटी में हो जाए या टैबूज ख़त्म हो जाए कि कौन क्या कर रहा है, तो मेरे ख्याल से स्किल्स का काम बहुत आगे बढ़ेगा। ये बदलाव हमें लाना है। एक सवाल आपने और करा था कि कौन सा स्किल सीखें। आप जितनी भी लिस्ट देखेंगे, चाहे वो गवर्नमेंट की हो, चाहे कोई इकोनॉमिक फोरम की हो, वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम की हो, चाहे मेरी विश लिस्ट हो, हर एक आदमी 10 की लिस्ट बनाता है कि ये स्किल होने चाहिए, और उसमें तरह तरह के स्किल आते हैं, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग से लेके कम्युनिकेशन स्किल वगैरह सारे आते हैं। मेरा ये मानना है कि वो लिस्ट कभी ख़त्म नहीं होगी। आप कितने भी कैप्सूल दे दीजिए किसी को, बॉडी नहीं बनेगी। कितना भी विटामिन प्रोटीन उसको उस डोज के फॉर्म में दे दीजिए, नहीं बनेगी। वो नेचुरल फॉर्म में होनी चाहिए। और नेचुरल फॉर्म ये है कि मैं एक ही स्किल देना चाहूँगा जो बच्चे मेरे पास आते हैं, क्योंकि वो 25 साल तक तो मेरे पास से चले जाते हैं ग्रेजुएशन करके, और 75 तक उनको आज की तारीख में काम करना होगा। अगर मैं मानता हूँ सही 40-50 साल काम करना है। उस केस में अगर एक स्किल मुझे देना है तो वो स्किल है लर्नेबिलिटी, एबिलिटी टू लर्न। एबिलिटी टू लर्न इज बेसिकली कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव टर्म, लर्न, अनलर्न एंड रीलर्न काइंड ऑफ अ थिंग। अगर मैंने वो चीज़ उनको सिखा दी कि कोई भी चीज़ कैसे कब कितनी सीखनी है, तो मेरे ख्याल से उनकी ज़िंदगी बन जाएगी। और ये सबसे बड़ा स्किल है मेरी तरफ से स्किल के आंसर के लिए। नाउ आई कम टू मे बी वन मोर थिंग एंड दैट हैज़ ऑलरेडी बीन shared, and that education, and particularly within the education, ज्ञान विज्ञान का जो प्रचार है वो अगर अच्छा होता है तो देश बहुत प्रगति करता है। हम जानते हैं कि कुछ समय पहले, कुछ सदियों पहले कह सकते हैं, जनरेशन पहले, कि यूके बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट था, क्योंकि वहाँ पे साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी का प्रभाव था। उसके बाद यूएस में आया, जापान में आया, अब कोरिया है, दूसरी जगह जा रहा है, चाइना जा रहा है। तो हमें ये देखना है कि एजुकेशन अगर सेक्टर हमने ढंग से हैंडल कर लिया तो इंडिया की प्रगति में बहुत ज़्यादा मदद करेगा और उसका महत्व भी बहुत होगा। और ये हम जानते हैं कि हम भी एक समय उस पोजीशन पे थे जब हम अपने आप को सोने की चिड़िया कहते थे, और उस समय हमारे पास नालंदा या तक्षशिला या इस तरह की इंस्टीट्यूशंस थी, विश्वविद्यालय थे, और उसी में बाहर के बहुत लोग आते थे, डाइवर्सिटी थी, इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन था, कई सारी चीज़ें थी जो बीच में रुक गई या जो बीच में ख़त्म हो गई। अगर हमें वापस उसी तरीके से आगे बढ़ना है, या सोने की चिड़िया बने नहीं बने, बट प्रगति करनी है या बहुत अच्छा होना है, तो हमें विश्वविद्यालयों को या उनका स्वरूप थोड़ा सा हमें बदलना पड़ेगा। कई चीज़ें और भी कही जा चुकी है इस संबंध के अंदर, पर अब मैं चाहूँगा कि एक छोटा सा प्रेजेंटेशन है जो मैंने बनाया है, करीब 10-11 स्लाइड्स हैं, समय अनुसार मैं उसको थोड़ा छोटा कर दूंगा। एंड मैं कुछ जो चीज़ें बताना चाहता हूँ वो इम्पॉर्टेंट इंटरवेंशंस या की एट्रीब्यूट्स या की सक्सेसेस जो आदरणीय मोदी जी की रेजीम में हुई है, और वो रेजीम शायद 15 से 20 साल का है, हो सकता है कुछ चीज़ें उसमें थोड़ी सी पहले से हुई है। आज ऑलरेडी बता दी गया है पिछले सेशन में, जय अनुसंधान जो है उन्होंने शायद 2019 में दिया है, और जय विज्ञान जो है वो आदरणीय वाजपेयी साहब ने दिया था उनके रेजीम के अंदर। और अनुसंधान के बिना कोई देश प्रगति नहीं कर सकता। मैंने आपको एग्जाम्पल दिया अभी, यूके, यूएसए, जापान या जो भी दिया, वो अनुसंधान, रिसर्च या टेक्नोलॉजिकल प्रोग्रेस, अगर वो कॉमर्शियल इकोनॉमिकल सुपर पावर बने तो टेक्नोलॉजी वाज बिहाइंड दैट। ऐसे कैसे मैं बहुत बड़ा फ़ैन हूँ मन की बात का, कभी सुन पाता हूँ कभी नहीं, पर कभी बाद में भी देख लेता हूँ। उससे वो रूट लेवल पे कनेक्ट हो रहे हैं जो बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है, और ख़ास तौर से छात्रों के साथ या यंग लोगों के साथ। अभी जो नई पॉलिसी आई है उसमें गवर्नमेंट और प्राइवेट के बीच में डिस्टिंक्शंस कम करने का चल रहा है, क्योंकि हमें अभी GER चाहिए करीब 50% अगले 15 साल में। गवर्नमेंट के पास इतनी पैसा नहीं हो सकता है कि वो इतना इन्वेस्ट करे, प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टर हैज़ टू कम, लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड हैज़ टू बी देयर, दैट्स वेरी नाइस। द न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी ऑल्सो टॉक्स अबाउट KG to PG in terms of seamless connectivity. Of course, making education student centric. Abhi tak to we teach them what we want to teach, whereas what is required, that 180-degree shift, that they learn what they want to learn. That is the kind of difference we probably will do. Rajiv ji also talked about lots of 180-degree changes in his address, so I think those changes are very much required.
Language, I think enough has been said in the morning that how important it is, and I can tell you privately my stories of how bad I was when I started learning and how difficult it was for me. Had it been in mother tongue, I would have certainly gone for my mother tongue, because we started learning English, writing ABCD in 6th standard, and it was pretty difficult for us to understand what was happening. Khelo India is, I think, in my opinion, a part of education, not necessarily sports only in a separate ministry and separate something. Without sports, the team working, the values of losing, winning, or sustaining in certain conditions doesn't happen easily. Khelo India is a great initiative, in my opinion, in terms of learning, and therefore these are very important intervention. Some key initiations, if I take, I think they have amalgamated education 1.0 to 4.0 in the current NEP, and NEP of course is a huge work after 34 years. There were many committees even for NEP 2020 or new NEP, Kasturi Rangan committee, TSR Subramaniam committee, Hari Gautam. The circulars or the directions will come from UGC very soon, but we already gone with 40% of moves and various other things. But blended is a lot of forms like in class, out of class, synchronous, asynchronous, online, offline, various other things. There are around 10 combinations which you can take. What is blending, which is, okay, thank you so much. That's very nice, thank you. And of course, the growth of the institutions which you are seeing is tremendous in terms of top level institutions. Earlier, IITs were good, IIMs were good, but they were minuscule. They were hardly catering to any needs. But today it's omnipresent, and that's what we need. So you can see the numbers which are growing very fast in terms of IITs and IIMs. For India, we need to scale up. And then, of course, number of universities have also almost become 50% more in last something like 5-6 years. And then same is with the colleges. Some top level schemes, of course, for the school, this has already been said. Atal Innovation Mission to ignite innovation and entrepreneurship and research kind of thing is very nice. Startup policy, already something has been said. Another good initiative is India International Science Fair, which is something showcasing and promoting the research and innovation at all the levels. A revival of the online and distance education. I was part of that Distance Education Council in 2012, and then we wound it up, and now it has been revived by UGC. Very important, because in the age of 25 to 75, you'll have to learn a lot and do a lot. Very important for our quality and competition within us is the institution of eminence and graded autonomy, which are there. And then, of course, to improve everyone's quality, TechCube, which is a World Bank thing. Actually, it started during Vajpayeeji's time, and then the new versions came during Modiji's time, and then Margdarshak and Paramars and other schemes of QIP and quality improvement came. These are some of the other attainments in terms of that we have become a part of Washington Accord. We have new framework for accreditations in form of NAC and MBA. We have a very huge successful program now started in India for internationalization, and around 15,000 scholarships are being given for African students in an online way through MEA and ICCR. Those kind of things are there. Improvements in the National Testing Agency, NEET, etc. are there. ARIA is an innovation ranking which is there for research and innovation. That's something very nice. NIRF is the most talked of. Those who are in the academic institutions probably would know how much important NIRF rankings are there. And ultimately, hackathons have become so popular that even places like Singapore, countries like Singapore are taking our help in running those hackathons. So in all, NEP is an ambitious policy for me. The ones which I have given in blue are the real ambitions or dreamy elements of this. Already it's been said that well consulted, but right now we have around 1,000 institutions giving degree. We want to make it 10,000 in next 15 years. So imagine the rate of growth. Right now we have 27% GER, we want to make it 50%. 27% has been achieved in 74 years, and now we want in another 50 years, another 27%, because our baseline is also growing. Similarly, we need to invest a lot in terms of our GDP or the amount for the financial support for all these things. And ultimately, you can say that education, if it is handled properly, will make the whole thing very, very vibrant in terms of India. I'll not go into all these aspects, but multidisciplinarity and multiple exit and multiple entry are very important aspects. Time control in terms of 3-year degree going to 4-year and 4-year going to 3-year is also very, very important. And it's second last slide, if I'm not wrong, and that is Internationalization is going to be very important. Blended and ABC I already talked, and therefore all these things put together is what we call a student-centric education, called as Education 4.0. I think it would not have seen the light of the day had the Prime Minister's push not been there. I think it's his push, because otherwise the committees after committees were there, and he probably consulted. When he announced that, he talked about all due respect what consultation he had and how he brought it about. And ultimately these are some of the schemes. I'm just drawing your attention here only to some of them. The social sector is Impress, STARS is for science, Spark is for collaborations, LEAP is for leadership, Ideas then for specialist students, NEET is for technology collaboration. So every sort of major scheme, the emergence is in last 5 years, and that's why I've listed. I have randomly picked something. I found there is automatic order which is covering almost everything which is required, and some of the latest is NRF and NETF, which is yet to see the light of. National Research Foundation is going to be now, and NETF is the technology forum which is going to be there. So, and all other schemes in terms of other revenues are also continuing. And finally, I come from the state of Gujarat. So he has also done a lot of things in the state of Gujarat. The main thing is, and this was talked in the morning, that he started some specialized universities, and all of them are doing well. Swarnim Sports University, Children's University, Technical Teachers Education University, Raksha Shakti University, Forensic Sciences. I think it's one of the best in the country. So there are many successes which he has done, and recently he has done, in Chudasama was driving it, centers of excellence. 7 institutions have been given that high degree of autonomy in various other things, and various schemes are there. So with that, I think I'd like to conclude, but in the end, I generally take this opportunity to feel good about what we have achieved and this, but I'd also like to take this opportunity to say what more can be done so that our continuance in this phase can happen. And in the end, I put those 3 things. Number 1, for the NEP, we can push the installation or the commissioning of what we call HECI, the core committee which will replace all AICTs and UGCs. Also the budgetary allocations can possibly become more. One thing which is completely missing, and sir, I'll use this opportunity to make this point to you, the manpower planning aspect has not yet been covered, which our councils should do. How many engineers or doctors or this kind of manpower is what we require. I think this is what, and I certainly hope that all the envisaged targets of NEP would be attained very soon. So with these words, I'd like to close my address. Thank you so much for this opportunity once again. Namaskar.
Thank you, Dr. Sancheti, for laying the sort of framework around which we can take this conversation forward. The next speaker is Mr. Kekon. Would you like to speak from here or there? Yeah, please. You have 15 minutes, and your timer starts now.
So as a politician, you know, I'm used to standing up and speaking, so please excuse me. This is one of our occupational hazard. So I'm lucky that I'm sharing the panel with such esteemed personalities, and it makes my job easier. I'll just 15 minutes, 3 points only. So the first is to situate the entire 2 points into the context that I'm going to speak. One, I come from a state called Nagaland, so it's 2 phrases that I'm reminded of, which the Prime Minister frequently uses. One is down the last mile. So I'm actually literally down the last mile. Second, the other phrase is seeing is believing. So I believe in what I see. So I'm going to speak from personal experience because of, you know, the fact that most of the policies are going to be shared by both of them. They have already actually covered the entire policy on the education and skill development. In 2015, I was the Parliamentary Secretary Skill Development for the government of Nagaland. This is my last term. So that time we established the Department of Skill Development in the state of Nagaland. So having that experience, I would like to share a few points. Number 1, just to situate the entire discussion within the political and historical context. Nagaland, the state itself is struggling. We have many challenges, including the issue of peace and all that. However, on the SDGs also we are lagging behind. And coming from that background, I would also like to share a few personal experience. In my entire life, I'm 43 years old. I've never seen a 4-lane road in the state of Nagaland. I've never seen. When Atal Bihari Vajpayee came to Nagaland in 2003 as Prime Minister, he gave us that road, that commitment, that we will make Kohima-Dimapur road into a 4-lane road. Second commitment he gave was that we will create 25,000 jobs for the youth of Northeast. But the next 10 years belong to the UPA. The only sad moment or the impression I had, and I've shared this with a lot of friends, is that in the next 10 years as Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh ji never visited the state of Nagaland even once. It is very sad for people like us, because we feel that we also have equal ownership of this country. An idea of India is not complete without me. So I feel that by not coming, he has done immense injustice to the entire region. Come 2014, our Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, comes to inaugurate the Statehood Day and also the Hornbill Festival, which is famous in the state of Nagaland. He does two things which is unimaginable. Number one, he says we will fast track this road, 4-lane road. Today we have 3 4-lane roads in the state of Nagaland. And you will not imagine, more than 30,000 crores have been sanctioned to make highways in the state of Nagaland. Never in the history of India have we seen that. We've only seen violence, we've only seen challenges and difficulties in that part of the country. So that's the political context. He also coined the phrase "ek is policy," made it into a policy, changed it from "look is policy" to "ek is policy" from my state. So after that, he has come many times. But the other context I wanted to share with you is that you will find now in the media a lot of union ministers visiting the northeastern region. They have been instructed by the Prime Minister to visit. In the past, that was not the case. I was shocked when I met the union minister who didn't know where Assam is. He said, "Is Assam in Northeast?" So when we condemn Americans for not knowing the geography of this region, we also should be worried about our own citizens who are not aware of the geography of this country. But he has changed that thing by ensuring that all union ministers should go to the region. And that moment he said that India cannot be called a developed country unless the Northeast develops. So I'll just give you 2 stories, very brief, but personal stories. When Skill India was announced, and Prime Minister said that we will send millions of skilled people from India to the entire world, because the demographic dividend we had was something he wanted to arrest and capture for the benefit of this country. And because the rest of the world had an aging population, we had that advantage. People would not know that this has impacted people down to the last mile. In every policy, in fact, not just this skill development that he has introduced, it has impacted people at the margins, at the fringes of this country. What people don't know, there was a neighbor of mine in Kohima whose father was working as a peon in the Directorate of School Education. So the girl, that neighbor, after this program was started of skilling our people, she chose to be an air hostess. She was trained by the state. Now she is working with the Emirates. So father was earning 25,000 per month. Now she is earning more than 1 lakh per month. And she has constructed a house for her parents in Kohima. So this is just a small story. But the big idea envisioned by our Prime Minister, under the various missions which our professor has already shared in his presentation, has impacted people down the last mile. So this is something which is the beauty of our Prime Minister. And I am coming from Nagaland to share with you how all these policies have impacted every little aspect of our life. We have not seen a 4-lane road. Today I have seen roads after roads being built. Today I am seeing the entire northeastern region being connected by the airlines. Connectivity has improved. So when connectivity improves, definitely development will come. So under skill development, we have seen a lot of our youths being trained under the various programs that we have under the Skill India mission. I feel, you know, many ministers have come. Skill development, I'm saying, is from Rajiv Pradap Rudi's time till now. Even IT, recently this Rajiv Chandrasekhar came to Kohima, and he said that in India we are having the highest number of employment in the IT sector. He said 4 lakhs have been employed recently. It's the highest in the world. That's what, he declared. But in Nagaland also he said that IT and ITES and IT related sector, we will ensure that there is 5,000 jobs being created. So what I'm trying to say is that the policy disconnect that this country had in the past has changed. Today your ministers will come to your state. This morning, as I was preparing to come here, one secretary of the Ministry of Telecom called me. And he said that the concerns that you shared when our minister came, the MOS is from Gujarat, by the way. Telecom, he had come to Kohima. This is his first visit in his life to Nagaland and the Northeast. But Prime Minister told him, so he visited entire Northeastern states. And he came and he told us that what is your problem? I said, our students during lockdown could not have access to the network. So we want towers in those areas. Today he got back to me and said that every area that you have presented, we will ensure there is a tower built there, placed there. So this is beyond imagination. Nowhere in this world, we have never seen this, that a prime minister is sensitive to the demands, needs and requirement of the people of this country down the last mile. That is my team. The other is a personal story I want to share. Because of the national education policy, he has already presented, I have seen that point as well. We have many tribes. There are in fact 200 different communities in the Northeast alone, speaking different languages. My wife is from Manipur, I am from Nagaland, but my wife is from Manipur. We met in Delhi University. Now we can't speak each other's language. So my daughter has problems speaking any one of our language. But after this NEC policy came, National Education Policy came, NEP, now my own tribe's language is being taught in the school that she goes. So previously I was teaching her maths and English and science. Now I have to teach her my language. So I am forced and compelled by the Prime Minister's policy to teach my daughter my own language. So I'm trying to connect some of the policies that have worked, and it is working. So today we have a workforce in Nagaland because of the training, skill development training we provide to educated unemployed youths. You know, the multi-skill training that we have given. You know, a handyman can be a plumber and electrician, and that has worked. Today we don't have migrant workers coming from Bangladesh working in all these small sectors that we were dependent on them in the past. So it has changed. We don't have to say anything bad. We just have to skill our youth. Today I'm telling you, our youths are not taking up arms. They are gainfully employed. And that is the beauty of the policies which you are talking, and I'm sure Sri Sabarwal also will mention. But their work has benefited people down the last mile. So I would not take much of my time, much of the time. The other speakers will. 1 more minute. So in conclusion, I would say that today the policies have been progressive because we have a prime minister who also been a chief minister. So he knows the problems of running a state. He knows the problems, and he is sensitive. So when you are sensitive to the cries and the concerns of the people, I think the country is in safe hands, and all the policies that we will be discussing, I think we'll have to focus on how it impacts the citizens down the last mile. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kekon, for a very lively and personal sort of anecdotes of this whole story, particularly from a part of the country, which, as you mentioned, is literally the last mile. So now over to Mr. Sabarwal. And you have, your timer starts now.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. So Jonas Salks, who was the inventor of the polio vaccine, he always said the most important question to ask yourself is, are you being a good ancestor? And that's a really interesting question, particularly when you think about education, right? Because it's about long-term thinking. I think IITs were very important at independence, but was it necessary to neglect primary education? And at least as an entrepreneur, I understand that a 20-year plan is not 21-year plans. That's really important to think about. Or a 50-year plan is not 50 or 10 5-year plans. And then, as the Home Minister said this morning, "Anpad ki fauj se tarakki mushkil hai." I think development is not about more cooks in the kitchen. It's about a different recipe. If you think about Anusandhan, as we discussed this morning, it is not about more cooks in the kitchen. It is always about a different recipe. And that's why it's very important to sort of remind yourself about what Eliud Kipchoge, he's one of my favorite marathoners. He's a Kenyan who's the only guy who's run a marathon in less than 2 hours. He says you run the first half of the marathon on your legs and the second half on your mind. And that's really important to think about the cusp that NEP represents, and I'll come back to that. But as Mr. Adhya was reminding us about the PM being a listener and being a learner, educators through history, Tagore, Vygotsky, Solzhenitsyn, have reminded us that we don't learn from experience. We learn by reflecting on experience. And I wanted to sort of connect these three things of skills, apprenticeships, schools, and NEP back to the PM later. But let me step back on my own sort of role. I run a people supply chain company. We've hired somebody every 5 minutes for the last 15 years. But we have only hired 5% of the kids who came to us for a job. So every month, 2 lakh kids come to us for a job. We hire 10,000 of them or 5,000. They don't have a birth defect. They went to the college that their parents told them to. But the two most important decisions a child in India makes are to choose your parents wisely and to choose your PIN code wisely. Obviously, we're making the Nagaland PIN code better, as Kiko said. But let me step back and think about, 20 lakh people we have hired, but 20 times that number have come to us for a job. So what are the 10 things we have learned about skills in the last 15 years? I think there are 3 different problems: matching, mismatch, and pipeline. Matching is connecting demand to supply. There's a kid in Durgapur, there's a job in Calcutta, there's a kid in Kanpur, there's a job in Bangalore. And the first Nobel Prize went to Peter Diamond for his work on surge costs in labor markets. The second Nobel Prize was more interesting to me, Shapley and Roth, who said that labor markets are different from equity markets. Equity markets clear on price, labor markets clear on information. So the signaling value of degrees, resumes, and experience is a very important sort of thinking about signaling value. Because, Michael Spence got his Nobel Prize for the signaling value of education. I went to Wharton, my wife went to Harvard. These are good places to be at, but better places to be from. The fundamental value is not going to IIT or IIM, it is being from IIT or IIM. So I think you have to think about matching as related to sort of mismatch, right? Which is repairing supply for demand, which is distinct from preparing supply for demand. Repairing is obviously depends on the opening balance of the child or the duration of the course, but it is also much more demand-driven, and it's also much more higher employer connectivity. And education systems and employability systems have a very tough time with employer connectivity. Your stupid academic councils where you call somebody once a month or once in 3 months don't give you employer connectivity. So we've learned employer connectivity for repair is very important. Pipeline, which is prepare, is the hardest because you cannot teach somebody in 3 months or 3 years what they should have learned in 12 years. It's just fundamentally we have to accept that. We have been over-promising what we can teach people in 3 months or 3 years. You cannot teach them what you have them when you had them for 12 years. So pipeline is as important as matching, which is as important as mismatch. I think we have to acknowledge a financing challenge in skills. Employers are not willing to pay for training or candidates. They're willing to pay a premium for trained candidates. Candidates are not willing to pay for training. They're willing to pay for a job. Banks of microfinance aren't willing to lend to the candidate unless a job is guaranteed. And training companies are unable to fill up their classrooms unless a job is guaranteed. So the intersection can't be solved just by employers or by kids or by... Employers can't manufacture our own employees. I mean, I wish we could, but we can't. So we have to think about why. So I think the financing challenge of who pays, right now everybody's trying to topi pay now the other person, right? Parents want kids to pay, kids want employer to pay, employer wants government to pay, and nobody's really able to figure out the financing challenge. I think the continuum, which is the sixth learning we've had between certificate, diploma, and degree. In Hindi there's a word called avirat, which really means continuum. We don't have that continuum today between certificate, diploma, and degree. And we don't have a continuum between the four kinds of classrooms, between an online classroom, an on-site classroom, an on-campus classroom, and an on-job classroom. UGC just makes our life miserable in equivalence between these three qualifications and equivalence between these four classrooms. In my mind, these are just three different qualifications with multiple on-ramps and off-ramps, and they're four different classrooms. I think soft skills we have learned that soft skills matter more than hard skills. But we don't know how to define soft skills, and we don't know how to teach it. So I would make the case to you that soft skills are not taught, they are caught. And I've thought a lot about this. You can't teach soft skills, but people catch it informally. If you put them in an apprenticeship, if they have a boss, and the wage premium in a modern economy represents soft skills. It doesn't represent hard skills. As Sanjeev said, you can sit in front of a video and get those hard skills. I think the signaling value that we talked about is really at the heart of the challenge of a 1960s book by US Education Secretary John Gardner, who said that, can we be equal and excellent? As a democracy, we want to be equal. At least we want to give everybody equality of opportunity. But if you want to be excellent, you can't be equal. It's the exit door and entry door, right? IITs have tight entry doors and wide open exit doors. You never fail at IIT, right? The Chartered Accountant exam has a wide open entry door, but a tight exit door. 95% of the people who take the exam fail. But in vocational training, we've had a wide open entry door and a wide open exit door, and therefore we have not created signaling value. But signaling value matters. I think too much time is spent on trying to predict jobs. We will never be able to predict where jobs are in the future. I have studied the 50 country reports of US in 2030, Japan in 1990, UK in 1995. All of them have the efficacy of palm reading or astrology, right? 50% of the jobs created in the US in the 1960s, 70s, 80s did not exist in the decade before that. So, and it's logical, you can't buy a plane ticket for 2030. Between Bangalore and Delhi. I mean, even if somebody tries to sell it, please don't buy it because the airline might not be around, and it's the fatal conceit to believe that you can predict where jobs will be. But that doesn't mean you can't make the system self-healing. Just because you can't predict something means you can't prepare for it is not true. And obviously, I think the biggest change in my mind that we have learned is India doesn't have a jobs problem, we have a wages problem. Our unemployment rate has stayed between 4% and 8% since independence. That doesn't mean anything. It's really employed poverty that has been our fundamental problem. You can call it underemployment, you can call it what it is. Now, why did I reel out these 10 lessons that I have learned in the last 20 years? Because postmortems have a certainty that prescriptions don't, right? Every doctor will tell you. If you give me the dead body, I'll tell you what happened. But if you want me to write a prescription, I won't be able to. In 2011, I got a call from Hasmukh. He's not here, I think. And he said, we have a problem in education. We want a higher education system to be vocationalized. We want to fix our government schools. And we want to do something in education that will bring all this together. So I got on a flight and went to Gujarat, and essentially we had a discussion about a new kind of university. We said the research universities are very important, but skill universities, which deliver all kinds of classrooms and which deliver all kinds of certificates, diploma might be a good idea. And I had already pitched the idea to 10 chief ministers by that time, because I said, look, what India needs is 1/3 ITI, 1/3 employment exchange, and 1/3 college. Just employment exchanges are a failure, just ITIs don't have signaling value, and just colleges are not giving the degree. And so in 2013, Gujarat, in a PPP with us, passed a skill university. Today, that university has 1 lakh students. And we have the same revenue or top line as Delhi University. I went to Delhi University. The difference between Delhi University and Team Lee Skills University is that they get 3% of their 1,000 crores in budget from students and 997 crores from the government. I also get only 3% of my fees from students, but I get 997 crores from employers. Now that's an important solution to the failure, which was born 10 years ago, not today. I have learned all the 10 lessons I told you today, but this was something which happened before. I think I won't cover government schools because obviously Jayanti is here. She was a partner in crime with Dr. Adya in doing everything they did in government schools. But the last and the most important one would be, which Hasmukh at that point talked about, and which we couldn't get fully done at that point, was how do we pull the school system and the vocational system and the college system together? How can we can't have 3 planes taking off from 3 different runways. We can have 3 planes taking off from 1 runway. In the long run, we'd like to have 1 plane. And I think that learning or that churning which was going on really reflects itself, I'd say, in the new education policy, right? I mean, as Dumbledore tells Harry Potter, it is our choices more than our abilities that reveal what we really are. You know, I have studied the 1948 Radhakrishnan report, the 1968 Kothari Committee report, the 1986 New Education Policy, and they did not think about vocationalizing higher education. They did not talk about reducing the barriers between the 4 classrooms which I talk about. They did not talk about the continuum to be created between certificates, diplomas, and degrees. And my parents had 35-year careers. I will probably have a 45-year career, but my kids will have a 55-year career. And so it's important to recognize, as you said, learnability. You know, learning is the most important skill you can give people. You know, when I landed in 1994, I think there was a front page article on the Wall Street Journal which said that India is more interesting than important. You know, I hope that journalist is eating the newspaper on which he wrote that, right? Because what's happening in India isn't sort of once in a decade or once in a millennium, it's really once in a lifetime of a country. But education is at the heart of that. If you don't do what NEP plans to do, we should have done that at independence in my mind, right? If you don't do what NEP is sort of thinking about, and what is NEP thinking about is not something most people understand, but essentially it is the 10 lessons. It is synthesizing that you can't, just because you have a Ministry of Education, a Ministry of Labor, and Ministry of Skills, you can't verticalize the problem. The problem is a horizontal. And the innovation will happen at the intersections of those sort of verticals. And you know, for countries in the 21st century, you're only as strong as your education and skills of your people, right? You know, and sort of, as Ramdhari Singh Dinkar said, right, Shama Shobhati us bhujang ko jiske paas garal hai, right? And so obviously NEP to my mind represents strength.
Thank you, Manish. Interesting and evocative as usual. So we had 3 separate presentations, different aspects, but there's obviously a lot of overlap between them. We have now about 10-15 minutes, let's say, of Q&A. I'm sure we'll have some interesting discussions. So over to the audience. Is there somebody with a thing? So you have Harsh here, who is quick on the draw, and there's a gentleman at the back, if somebody can get him another thing, few more. So quick thing, do introduce yourself, and if possible, direct your question to a specific speaker.
My name is Harshupta Madhusudan. I'm an investor and author. The question is to Manish. I think the point about you cannot teach in 3 months or 3 years what you did not teach properly in 12 years. The pipeline is very, very important. And you know, we are all seeing the Acer surveys and stuff. We're seeing a steady movement towards budget private schools in the country. Last 1.5 years, obviously because of COVID, so I'm seeing some reports because of monetary issues, some parents are going back to government schools. So how, and there are many studies, including by RCTs, that you know, budget private schools do much better than government schools at the same cost of money in terms of academics. So even without going into the whole teacher union issue, how do we incentivize existing government schools for performance, for attendance? Because I think there was perhaps a bit too much focus on the higher education side, but once again, if the pipeline is rotten, and we are very happy with the top 20% and congratulate each other, how do we kind of percolate down that, especially to government schools? Because I'm assuming the political economy of unions is not being solved. We are trying to kind of run past it through EdTech. But the kids who are there in the next 3-4 years, how do we make the teachers more, because they get 3 times the salaries compared to budget private school teachers. So, and some of them don't go.
Yeah, in fact, I'd like Professor Sancheti to also answer this because he probably has quite direct experience of this issue.
So I think the most embarrassing number about India is that only 45% of our kids are in government schools. Only 5% of kids in Japan are in private schools, only 10% of kids in the UK are in private schools. Only 15% of US kids are in private schools. So I don't think we have a choice. The problem with government schools is the same problem that we have with all government servants. 99% of them are not outstanding, yet their ACR is 99.5% outstanding. In fact, in the Indian Audit and Account Service, 99.9% are outstanding. So I think if you treat Gadha Ghoda equally, it's the Gadha who sort of celebrates and it is the Ghoda who gets frustrated, right? So I think we've lost we've lost 10 years in education by focusing policy on smaller class sizes, on teacher qualifications and teacher salaries, all of which are hygiene, but they really don't impact learning outcome unless you tackle performance management and governance. And at its heart, it's governments, from teacher transfer policy to who controls the budget, but fundamentally the fear of falling and the hope of rising. Unless we as a society agree that ITIs, employment exchanges, and government schools, it is difficult, but it is not impossible to do performance management. If we decide like 20, 60, 20, some kind of curve that you cannot rank 99% outstanding, and then you start using that data, it's not very hard. I would say it's very simple, but let me rephrase that. It's simple, but it's not easy, but it's not impossible. So the heart of it is really, we as a society say that every profession which treats Gadha Ghoda equally ends in mediocrity, and we cannot treat government schools or ITIs or employment exchanges as exempt from performance management. I think there's enough experience now on performance management in these difficult environments. Learning is hard to measure, learning is more long-term. I agree with all the problems of performance management in government, but it's not impossible. And as of now, the state governments do not have the consensus. They don't have the will, they're not willing to spend the political capital to impose performance management on schools, ITIs, and employment exchanges. So this is another example of where you want to be a good ancestor as a chief minister, but not many of them have been, at least on education.
Can I add something? If I'm not wrong, I think you're talking about the poor performance or rot in the government institutions, certainly at the entry level or the school level pipeline, basically. I'm a technologist, and I'll give a technology-related answer to that, and take the equivalence of similar situation in banking 30 years back. Probably you were not born at that time when we used to study in the lines to withdraw our own money. I think the same thing possibly happened in many other domains. Communication, I'm a communication engineer, so I can tell you that I wasted my first 5 months' salary trying to buy an OIT, own your telephone, which never came to me. My salary was 1,000 when I started. But the moment technology came, computers came, the banking problems got solved. Once the mobiles came, the communication problem got solved. Education is also in the same phase, where education is not helped by the teachers. One, teaching as a profession is not picked up in India well, or not looked down upon, rather, I would say. Most of the teachers, I categorize teachers into two, one by chance and one by choice. By choice is not more than 10%, by chance is easily 90%. And when they enter into teaching, they keep trying all other examinations and avenues if they can park themselves there. And therefore, they do dereliction of their duty, they compromise, and that becomes their habit somehow, and that's what they deliver. So once technology's intervention will come, all this will change. I can, in short, can say technology is always repeatable, reliable, reproducible, upgradable, or whatever such attributes you can say. और अगर क्रूड सेंस में कहूँ जो मनीष जी ने कहा, टेक्नोलॉजी भी एक गधा है जिसको अगर हम काम देते हैं तो वो करता रहता है. So once we have those kind of interventions, shortage of teachers, shortage of material, learning material, shortage of space, everything will go away. I met 2 years back, in fact last year in US, a guy from Australia, a young guy, probably younger than you I would say, who was teaching a class of 500 people, a single class of 500 people, and claimed, क्योंकि मनीष जी ने बात करी है कि क्लास में अटेंशन की बात है, उसकी बात बता रहा हूँ आपको. He claimed that he is able to give personalized attention to all 500 students of his in the class using various technological tools, because he has analysis from AI, he has lots of other attributes and analysis from data which are collected from time to time, various other blogs and other things which are there also give him something, and so many things. So technology will be an answer, and this will be the biggest boon for government. That is what my expectation. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a gentleman there. He's got the mic, I hope, by now. Yes. And then you can pass it on to the person next to you.
There is one here as well.
Yeah, actually, अच्छा ठीक है ना, उनके बाद आप ठीक है. I've actually, you're in my visual gap, so.
Good evening. My name is Vikram Shankar Narayanan. I'm
Right.
from the Policy Advocacy Research Center. I have a question to the entire panel over here, because here we have a gentleman from academia, we have from the advisory system, we have a politician, and we also have another industry individual as well. You see, for the last couple of years, at least in the last decade, I've been hearing a lot of grievances, mainly from industry, wherein they're saying that the skill gaps are quite prominent. By that, I'm saying that curriculum is not matching up to the kind of change, with the pace of change that's happening globally. A lot of students have also come to me, youngsters have come to me saying that, we from an engineering college, but we have to self-learn ourselves, and we don't really know which direction we need to take. Now, vis-a-vis our competence internationally in the future, and the fact that we have other emerging economies that are coming up that are also performing very competitively and posing a threat to us in fields that we are currently leading in at the moment, how is it that you feel that we could bring about an interaction between academia, between industry, to kind of match that skill gap that's there prominently? Because I mean, as a national education policy, it's something that I'd like to brainstorm a bit with all of you on board.
So why don't I give that to Manish, because I know he works on this specific field, and then I'd like the last mile answer to the same question. How do you match that? So maybe you can do that, yeah.
No, I mean, there are various institutional structures, but the most important one is apprenticeships. I mean, learning by doing, learning by learning, learning with signaling value, learning with qualification modularity, and learning with multimodal delivery. Germany has 2.7% of its labor force in apprentices. If we had the same number in India, we would have 15 million apprentices. We only have 5 lakh apprentices. So now combining apprenticeships with degrees, degree apprenticeships, because that even solves the signaling value question, I think that's the most immediate doable thing. Otherwise, institutional structures of bridging the gap, by the way, are going to be a perpetual whine from employers all over the world, right? I mean, this is employers in the US are cribbing. So we will perpetually whine about the skills gap, because we are looking for firm-specific skills. Countries will never produce firm-specific skills. So some whining you just have to tune out. But the genuine challenge of primary education in India, all I care about is literacy, numeracy, and the 3 R's of reading, writing, and arithmetic. And you add the 4th R of relationships, which is soft skills. I can teach somebody to be a salesperson, a barbender, a mason, or a customer service person in 6 months. I can't teach them to be curious, confident, risk taker, team player, and I can't teach the 3 R's. So I would say, let's fix the school system, let's ramp up the apprenticeship system, let's diversify, vocationalize our higher education system. We have a vested interest in working with the supply chain. I mean, we can't manufacture our employees for 3 reasons. You hire the kid, you pay for training, he doesn't get the job. You hire the kid, you pay for training, but he's not productive. You hire the kid, you pay for training, he's productive, but he leaves. So the learning risk, attrition risk, and just productivity risk are so high that the German Minister of Vocational Training has actually had a bet with me that your financing system will not work because you're asking employers to manufacture their own employees. I don't agree with that, because India already has 55% of kids in private schools, right? So we already found some solution to a market failure. We will, to some level, but what I have learned is you can pay for repair and upgrade, because that's where we'll work most with the system. But for prepare, there's a market failure.
But leave it to one question, yeah, because we have to move on to.
That's too long an answer. I'll give you my email.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Sabharwal have actually succinctly addressed that question, but I would like to take you to another aspect of that point that you raised. I went to this place called Kovalam in Kerala. I mean, there's a Taj there. There was one event I had to attend. So when I actually landed and when I entered the campus, I mean the hotel, there was a 19-year-old girl from Nagaland who was welcoming me. So I asked her, how did you land up here? I said, look, government has given us 6 months training. That time, this training was funded by the Ministry of Skill Development. And they get a certification after the 6 months. But the certification is given by the agency on the condition that they give 100% placement. So that was the policy then. And that continued till, of course, after the lockdown, the circumstances have changed. There is another, answer I would like to give. My experience. There was some hotelier from Dubai who had visited Nagaland, and he wanted to meet me because I was in charge of skill development. He wanted to meet me only for one reason. He said, "Sir, will you be able to give me 10,000 boys and girls for the hotels in Dubai?" So I asked him, why do you come to Nagaland to ask that? You could have gone anywhere in India. And he said, look, your people speak English well. We just have to train them 2 months because training course is less when it comes to kids from your state. And they had certain the course thing in mind and all that. So they came. They said, we just have to brush up their English. Naturally, they are friendly and they will be able to handle the guests there because we have a lot of guests from many parts of the world. And they cater to special clients as well. So, I mean, I was shocked that somebody from Dubai had come to Nagaland because he had to apply for a, ILP, inner line permit to come to Nagaland. So that was another hassle. So risking all that or maybe taking it in his stride, he came and he asked me. So that time, I realized that, our youths don't want to go to Dubai for that kind of job, but market was there, so he came and he offered money. I mean, he said we could fund the training and all that here itself. He could start it in one of our ITIs. And that time, ministry has already given the state of Nagaland, we are a very small state. But the ministry had given us 4 additional ITIs. So at that time, there were like 22,000 ITIs being created in the whole of India. And I was thinking that how do we marry all this to the industry? So when we invited companies to come, they were not willing to come. They were saying that 6 months certification is not enough. We would be willing to take them to our company, train them there and grow them there. And if they're willing to work after signing a contract for at least 2-3 years, those are the experiences that I have had. So, I mean, just to contribute to the discussion, actually, not to answer.
Okay, the gentleman there.
Hi,
yeah.
hi, sorry, hi,
I'll come back. Unko de dijiye. Sorry.
Sorry, my name is Ajit Fadnis. I work with Primo and associated with Rambhau, Mhalgi, Prabodhini. I have one question. What can be the role for private sector?
Why don't you take that other one?
Hello. What can be the role for private sector in skilling and education?
So is that something that you would like to take up, Professor Sancheti? It's a very general question. Anybody who in the panel can take it up. He already has some experience in this field.
No.
Why don't you?
Yeah, I think the role of private sector is important in almost all aspects which are growing. I did try to answer that GER has to go up by 100% in next 15 years. Number of institutions, if you go by prediction, from 1,000 to 10,000. Government would not have wherewithal in terms of money, time, efforts to grow to that size. What you attained in 74 years is minuscule looking at India, and what you need in next 15, 20 years of life of NEP is very high. I think private sector has a role to play. One thing which I did not mention because of the paucity of time, the government sector does all access, equity, accountability, affordability, transparency, everything is being done by the government sector you think of. But now I'm naming 3 parameters which I've worked in government for 29 years, let me tell you, and now 8 years in the private sector, more than 8 years. The 3 new phenomena or attributes which I'm trying to tell you now, they don't happen in government, unfortunately, very easily. The speed with which they can change and move, the efficiency with which they can achieve certain things, the cost becomes high, the time becomes high, and the diversity. If I become a faculty, and for some reason my specialization is no more sought after, I still hang around and I eat away the critical resources of that institution if I'm in government. But in private sector, I'll be forced to change. So these 3 attributes will really make the institutions progressive, and they are very distinct, and therefore the private sector will do very well. Let me tell you, I'll not name the institutions, I've led some of them. These institutions today produce the highest number of research papers in the country, beating IISc and IITs also. And I'm a board member of IISc, so I'm telling you now. I'm also telling you, IISc is known for physical sciences, physics, chemistry, and all that, those kind of things. And once again, I'm telling you, private institutions are beating them in the Nature's rating for physical sciences. These are kind of things which private institutions are able to do in an age of 10 to 15 to 20 years. Most of them have become a university only after 2000. So that is my answer, that private will have a bigger role to play in times to come.
I just want to be clear. I don't, in the private sector, we have 3 tools: the ability to punish and reward, the ability to make capital expenditure without choosing some dhobi nai using an L1 tender, and the ability to choose my team. If you give this same freedom to people in the public sector, they will perform as good as the private sector. The government has an execution deficit, the private sector has a trust deficit, and non-profits have a scale deficit. Nobody's better than the other. Everybody's struggling with their birth defect.
Okay, there's a gentleman there who had a question, and we'll take your question as well. We'll take 2 questions because we're running out of time. So question here, question there, and then we'll take the panel.
Thanks, Manish, for putting things so clearly and loudly, and I wish the government actually listens to whatever you have said on so many things very bluntly. That's one important thing. I have dealt with the vocational education program, and NEP uses 76 times the word vocation or vocational. Now, so the whole thing is, do you think it's a good idea to have separate skill universities? Aren't we kind of creating their own domain and removing the whole thing rather than building? And I mean, it's not a garnishing on the top, that's how the whole thing, and I can tell you the recent meetings with this, everybody is looking at the vocation as if you make the same dal fry, put some garnishing on the top, and then you call it that. I mean, that is one thing. Any observations on this?
Okay, so there's another question, gentlemen, at the back end here. So we have, and then I will have to ask for everybody here in comments, and then we have to close it quite quickly. Yeah.
Okay, my name is Pinaki Dey, and I'm associated with RMP. My question is towards Mr. Manish Sabharwal. How do we address the psyche of the parents also? Like as a typical parent, we want our kids, the moment he or she reaches class 10, science में जाना है. Science में जाएगा तो फिर 12th के बाद engineer बनना है, medical बनना है, quota में जाना है. तो quota factory में. तो is that also important, something to be addressed?
You're saying there's something cultural, is it?
Systemic, I would say. The psyche of the parents also.
So, I mean, your question about skill universities, sir, I obviously have a dog in that fight, so never ask a barber if you want a haircut. What is he going to say? But I would say let's allow a lot. Where does innovation come from? A number of statistically independent, genetically diverse tribes. So I think let if skill universities fail, if they don't develop signaling value, let them fail. My view is not of this whole Trishanku bit. You have a Trishanku view that you're neither ITI nor are you sort of this. I mean, this is a captive crowd. I can quote Woody Allen. You know, Woody Allen used to say the advantage of being bisexual is you double your chances of finding a date. So you should think about that a little bit, because my objective is to be sort of give you employability and education, as opposed to telling Indian kids for decades that you go for education to university and go for employability to NIT or somewhere else. I think you can give both in the same place, and I think we should. Your point about cultural, see, I'm a little challenging about cultural explanations. I don't think parents have cultural explanations. Parents respond to wage premiums. You know, we used to run, where the wage premium moves, the parents change their mind. You know, cultural explanations are at best the soft bigotry of low expectations, and at worst they are racism, right? You know, we used to run ITI, an employment exchange in Rajasthan, in Dausa a long time ago, and we gave this guy a job at, it was 10, 15 years ago, at 5,000 rupees. So he was a, you know, he was a Gujar, and his father was 6'2" guy, and so we gave him his job in Jaipur, and it was 45 minutes from Jaipur. And he went outside and he talked to his dad and he started crying. His dad said, no, nahi lenge, 4,000 mein nahi denge, 5,000 mein. So he came back and said, I don't want your job with this bank in Jaipur, it's 45 minutes away. So I said, and he took his, and I said, you call your father, we'll talk to him. So he says, tum shahar wale nahi samajhte, hum ladki, vote aur naukri sirf apni jaat mein dete hain. And he took his kid and he left, you know. So I was sitting there basil, so I called the employment officer after half an hour. I said, you go to his house, you tell him, wo galti ho gayi, wo 5,000 ki naukri nahi hai, 20,000 ki naukri hai. He signed and he worked with us now. So be careful with parent and cultural explanations. We all chase wage premium.
Yeah. So you want me to? Yeah, to generally any end closing comments.
Closing comment. Yeah. I just have this experience of dealing with what we call government jobs and the attendant problem of backdoor appointment. So there's so many states where these challenges come, and the thinking is that, especially for youth that I have met in my profession, the thinking is that if you get a job in the government, any which way, by any means, then you will be secure. Even if you are sick, even if you don't attend office, you will get the salary at the end of the day, and then you'll get pension. So all these things need to change. You know, I come from a state where we have the highest per capita government employees in the entire country. So I mean, it's a challenge that we've been facing. There are so many issues that we've addressed along the way, but I feel that unless these policies work at the ground level, unless we actually, the issue of implementation, the issue of ensuring that all these good policies are, at the implementation level actually monitored, there will be no progress. But there are so many challenges, and my experience is that you should handhold, and government and the private sector should work together actually to address these challenges. Otherwise, government alone cannot do, private sector alone cannot do. I think it's something where ecosystem has to be developed where we work together.
I think I'll answer one or two points which were raised from there. Number one was that we are not getting the right skilled manpower, was the point made by one gentleman there. That's the precisely last point I made, that we need to have the manpower assessment. What do you need in at least short term? Manishji said for 10, 20 years we cannot project, which I agree. But for short term, for God's sake, we need to know what is our end point. Otherwise, we cannot design a system to reach that end point. And we don't know, except for NESCOM, which according to me has also gone wrong to such an extent. No agency has been able to predict how many mechanical or civil engineers we need. Mining and metallurgy are the most important for driving the so-called real estate infrastructure. Country has not opened any single mining or metallurgy department in last 30 years as per my assessment. And so our planning is going completely haywire. I think you have to come together and start certain things is very, very important. Sir raised about some point on the vocational and other thing, is it topping up on the dal and all that possibly. And you also raised something. I think my answer to that is a unique proposition called ABC, Academic Bank of Credit. You can change the combinations, दाल पानी जो भी डालना है आपको उसमें डाल सकते हैं, कुछ ऊपर जो भी आपको टॉपिंग करनी कर सकते हैं. And if your topping and everything is mixed up, it can become khichdi also if you mix it with rice and all that. In that case, you will not necessarily get a degree of B.Tech if you started with B.Tech, because you have mixed a lot of management, social sciences, language. You'll get a degree called Bachelor of Interdisciplinary Education, or Bachelor of Multidisciplinary Education, or Bachelor of Education, something like that you can get. ABC is an answer which is treating everyone equally: vocational, skill, formal courses, design courses, practice-based courses, everything is treated equal, and it is now changing the currency of education. The currency of education right now is degree. अगर 50 courses में से मैंने 49 कर लिए, एक में मैं fail हो गया तो मुझे degree नहीं मिलती, and I'm considered failure. Whereas now, with 49, I'll do one more of different kind and get a degree. What I'm trying to say to you is, credits will be the new currency. If I can claim I have learned about information security, someone will be ready to assess me and employ me irrespective of the degree which is there. So credits will be the new currency and everything will be treated well. आप उस currency से कुछ खरीदना चाहते हैं, degree diploma, तो वो हो जाएगा, और उसको पैसा ही रखना चाहते हैं तो पैसे की form में, currency की form में भी रह जाएगा. That has been the soul of what we call ABC. People will have to understand it, and people will have to use it in your own favor. The more you get the choices, the more you'll have to be understanding the policy and the framework and use it. And I think that's going to redefine the Indian higher education in times to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've had a very enriching discussion, and it's my unenviable job to have to summarize it. I'm going to spend the next half an hour summarizing this whole thing. No, I'm not. Thankfully, I'm way too lazy to do that. Okay, but I do think that there are some very interesting elements, and I think Professor Sancheti brought it up in the end. And I'm going to end with that because I think that really goes to the crux of how we need to rethink education. You see, the business of creating hope is using credits as currency and building up into an education is very, very important. And since there was some discussion about tarka on the dal and so on, let me use a food analogy. You see, for the last 500 years, the West essentially dominated and created the way we learn. And they did it the way they eat, which is that they eat course by course in a set thing. You know, the best way to have a Western meal is that there is some gourmet chef will decide that this wine goes with this particular food and you shall have the courses in this particular way, and so on and so forth. So that is a set system. That is how much of higher education is set up today. The way this new system is likely could work is the way we actually eat in India, through a thali. Each one of these bowls is a credit. You mix and match it as you wish. Now the point is, you don't have to change every bowl every time. New sector may emerge, add a new bowl. Some particular dish turns out to be particularly popular. You can keep pouring more of them. Somebody prefers eating it in the beginning, somebody prefers eating it in the end. You mix it as you wish. After you have reached the point where you are clearly sure that you have eaten enough and your host has stopped forcing you to have another course, that is when you stop. So this may indeed turn out to be how education turns out to be. And I think the way we create the platform for this is absolutely critical, because it could also be in the, as we evolve this, first of all, it fits in with many things. First of all, you can continuously add new things to an evolving market. Two, you don't have to do these credits in the same system. So you can get a credit from here, another university there, later in life, and it all adds up to some education. Somewhere down the line, you add something completely different and you carry on. So that's a very important point you made about the idea of credits as currency. In fact, once you've blockchained it and added it to your Aadhaar card, everybody on the planet knows ki you did this course, that course, and this combination, and so on and so forth. It also fits together with the point about learnability. Because you are not dependent on your lecture sort of sequence in a particular university to do that course, we can put it all online. And you have testing systems put together. You can do it in any combination at any time you wish. So all of this combination of sort of freeing it up into these bowls of credits, using technology to do that, and having, of course, a very important point about vocationalization of it, because you're effectively creating a market here. The demand for a particular course will become quite obvious because a whole bunch of people suddenly decide that they want to listen to a lecture by Professor Sancheti, then that is the thing to do, and it's available. We know that the market for this has gone up, and so on and so forth. So I think that is where all of education will head up. My own sense is that the difference between vocational and formal higher education and all these things is probably already very quickly becoming a thing of the past. And so I think the sooner we begin to get our university systems, and universities tend to be, the only institution I consider tend to be even more conservative than the judiciary. So when we can get the sort of educational academic institutions to begin to think in this new way, and maybe some of the new structures we are thinking about, the NEP, etc., can sort of begin to cause that process. I think we may in some ways be in an advantage in this new world because as very often happens in periods of very rapid change, having very good legacy systems actually becomes a problem. So having expensive Harvard educations actually may end up hobbling the West because their systems are set up for a certain form of credentialism. So if we open our minds to this new Thali system of education, maybe we may be able to hop, skip, and jump forward. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It was a wonderful session.
Yeah, indeed. The huge round of applause needed for this wonderful panel and distinguished panelists. The flow was like that: knowledge, attitude, skill, and the values. So it was very, very well blended. So thank you, Sanjeev sir, okay, for a wonderful, and you poured a lot of vibrancy in the atmosphere. So ऐसा लगा ही नहीं कि शाम का सेशन है, और सोशल सेक्टर का सेशन इतना मज़ेदार हो सकता है, इतना व्यंजनपूर्ण हो सकता है. Thank you very much, everyone. I request all the gathering to join us for dinner, and before we conclude our today evening, I am inviting Ravindra Sate sir for instruction for tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Today also.
अभी इसी सभागार में कुछ नाम मैं पढ़ता हूँ, उन्होंने थोड़ा रुकना है. प्रदीप पै, नीलेश कुलकर्णी, डॉक्टर हितेश वाजपेयी, शरद बाबू है, हर्षल विवांडिक, डॉक्टर जफरीन, मिताली साहा, सुधीर अग्रवाल, डॉक्टर जीसी कविता, पिनाकिन, अरुण जी और मीतानाथ बोरा जी, और सभी ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी है उसके सभी सदस्य. कल सुबह 10:30 बजे हमारा पहला सत्र शुरू होगा. कल का 10 बजे चाय होगा, 10:30 बजे हमारा सत्र शुरू होगा. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
We have a dinner in Rose Garden. I am requesting all of you join us for a dinner at Rose Garden. Thank you very much.
You are there in the Rajya Sabha as chairman. Then I need them as members.